Cypress, Texas. Langham Creek at Cypress Ranch, a beautiful setting for high school football, a District 17 5A matchup. It's Fox Football Friday. We've got you with you now live for the next 4 hours from right here in Cypress. And Jeff Power, Travis Stewart joining you. Angela Heyman will be on the sidelines with us. And a lot going on here. Of course, district play all over the state of Texas kicking into full force now. But this district with 10 teams, you start district play in week 2.
You do, which is actually what makes this game so important, Jeff, because neither of these teams can afford to lose it. It's not like you're just starting off and you have time to feel things out. You're already 2-3 weeks in. If you lose this one, you could be at 1-2 in district play and maybe on the outside looking in already.
Yeah, Langham Creek already 2-0 in district play, coming off a big win over Cy Fair, and of course Cy Ranch 1-1 in district play. Let's talk about the matchup of this game. Interesting game, of course. The head coach Gene Johnson and Todd Thompson, they both feel good about their teams.
They do, and really the reason why I think is offense, Jeff. You look at the numbers, Langham Creek's got more than 37 points per game scored. Cy Ranch is at 33. I think Langham Creek's probably a little more explosive. You know, they throw the ball a little bit more. They don't necessarily look deep a bunch, but they chew you up on that short and intermediate stuff. Whereas Cy Ranch, they want to pound the ball a little bit more with their running back, Keith Ford. Two different styles, but they can be winning styles. I think most people, including myself, are probably leaning towards Langham Creek tonight, but with a guy the caliber of Keith Ford in the backfield for Cy Ranch, you can make anything happen in high school football.
Yeah, Keith Ford, one of the top running backs in the entire state of Texas, and he plays right here at Cypress Ranch. Let's talk about the Wendy's keys to the game, because I tell you, this game, I like what I see, but as you said, the Ford factor and the feast factor, I like it already.
That's exactly right. Keith Ford, the running back for Cy Ranch. I mean, I think everyone knows that's where the offense's bread is buttered, is Keith Ford. I mean, he's a big, powerful kid between the tackles. But Langham Creek counters with their exceptional quarterback, Connor Feast, the all-time leading passer in school history. He had thrown for almost 6,000 yards before he was even a senior in his career, so very talented kid. And really, when you have two guys like that on the field, Jeff, it could come down to one defensive stop. Doesn't have to be at the end of the game, could be any point in time, but one team that can generate that one big stop throughout the night can change momentum and come out with a win. But lastly, Ranch's ball control could be the hidden factor here. If you can keep a guy like Feast and all those receivers on the sideline, well, they can't score when they're sitting on the pine. So if Cy Ranch can control the ball, really run it well with Keith Ford, it may be a winning recipe.
Hey, there was already a big District 17 5A matchup last night, and it involved another really good running back. I'm talking about Rennie Childs. If you haven't had a chance to see Rennie Childs play, he is sensational. He plays for Cy Ridge, and of course the Rams, one of the top teams in District 17 5A. This game being played over at Pridgeon Stadium against Cy Fair, and Cy Fair, they'd won 21 games in the last 2 years coming into this season. So that's one of the top teams in the entire area. And here is the game. This play right here, Rennie Childs cuts the outside. Look at the speed he has. I want you to check this out. He almost runs me over, but nice effort into the end zone for the touchdown. And Cy Ridge was up early 7-0 on Cy Fair. But back came the Bobcats. Cy Fair can move the ball on the ground as well. Wide open touchdown play here, 7-all. But then a battle of field goals for a while. Cy Ridge can start putting things together, and they end up winning this game by a final score of 31-20. So an interesting game and a good job by both the running backs in this game. Of course, I talked about Childs and what he's been able to do so far this season, and he's been sensational. So a lot going on with Cy Ridge. I like what I see so far on them in a 31-20 victory.
Exactly, and now they've got good standing in District 17 5A. Take a look at the standings. 10 teams here. It's a big one. Cy Falls up at the top, 3-0 and 2-0 overall. Cy Ridge, with their win last night, advances to 3-0 in district. Langham Creek, we've got behind us, Jeff. They're off to a 2-0 start. Cy Fair, we just saw them. They lost last night to slip to 1-2. Creek looks good, even though they're off to a 2-1 start. Ranch, as we said, behind us, kind of in the middle right now, looking to make a move up with a win here. The rest of the teams behind them, I don't know, it's a tough field right now. Cy Woods maybe at 0-3, 0-2 is your biggest surprise out of the bottom of the table there.
It's just hard to believe all these teams in the same district, and if you don't have Cypress on the front of your name, it's kind of like you're missing out here. But Langham Creek, Jersey Village, doing a nice job, and of course Langham Creek tonight with that red and black. We're looking forward to seeing what they can do.
Exactly. We know this district is tough. Angela Heyman down on the sidelines had a chance to talk to Gene Johnson, I believe, the coach at Cy Ranch. Angela?
I did, Travis. As you can see, first of all, the crowd behind me is crazy. It is homecoming for Cy Ranch. They're fired up. They're ready for this game to get started. Earlier, I did speak to Coach Johnson, and he told me this district is as tough as it gets.
Well, I think they should probably add 2 more. I mean, you know, let's go to 12. But in all seriousness, no, it's what we drew and it's where we are, but it is a very tough draw. And there's some great coaches and some great players, and as a result, there's great teams in this league. And you know, I won't make comparisons with other districts because there's other great districts across the state, but you got your hands full in trying to navigate through a 9-team district schedule here.
And guys, when I spoke to Coach Johnson earlier, he told me that tonight their defense is really going to have to step it up. Obviously, obviously, against that awesome Langham Creek offense. When we come back, Jeff and Travis, our football gurus, are going to talk about the Houston area when Fox Football Friday returns from Berry Center.
Football Friday Live is presented by State Farm. Visit texas.statefarm.com to enter the Fan Up Truck Sweepstakes. By Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. By your Texas Ford dealers. It's the Built Ford Tough Truck event at your Texas Ford dealer. Enjoy huge savings on America's best-selling truck for 35 years running. Ford is the best in Texas. And by Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club and spicy home style or grilled. Try one today.
Okay. Langham Creek quarterback Connor Feast. Pow. Oh, hey, when we come back, make sure we highlight this is a 7 o'clock kick. We didn't talk about that. That's my fault. Yep. Oh, Feast just fumbled. Branch has got it. There's a zone read. Tried to cut it up the middle. Guy came right over the top, popped it out. No, we don't have a camera down there yet. So we'll have to do an audio update for that one, I think. Stevie's still out with. Yeah. That's a big play. Okay, yeah. I'll let you mention that to Jeff. When we come back, before you hit the Ford hit, well, shoot. I tell you, once we come back from the Adam Taylor package, we'll mention it was a 7 o'clock kick. Sound good? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
And welcome back to Fox Football Friday. We're here at the Berry Center, Cy Ranch, and Langham Creek. Beautiful place to watch football right here at Cy-Fair ISD's Berry Center. Gorgeous place here. Of course, they start early games in the Houston area. They start at 7 o'clock. We can't show you the game live, but we bring you highlights pretty much right after they happen.
We just missed one behind us. Actually, Connor Feast just stripped of the ball for Langham Creek. Cy Ranch falls on it. Mustang ball going the other way. Good start.
Yeah, but it is still 0-0. Hey,
Yep.
Be sure to join us each and every Saturday morning right here at 8:30 and be here with Fox Sports Southwest as we highlight the Built Ford Tough Player of the Week winners. You can also watch our show online at playeroftheweek.com, powered by your Texas Ford dealers.
My pick is actually the kid that just coughed up the pigskin. It's Langham Creek quarterback Connor Feast. He'll find a way to get past that. He's too good, too consistent. And look at this, a 3.8 GPA. Real smart kid.
Fantastic.
Great leader. Everyone there loves him. And as we said, the school's career passing record. By the way, just behind us, we'll get you these highlights in a minute. Keith Ford for Cy Ranch just drove all the way down to about, the 12. So Cy Ranch knocking on the door pretty early in front of their homecoming crowd.
Hey, speaking of Connor Feast, I got a chance to go over to Langham Creek and talk with him. And very interesting. You know, he had a back injury last year, and then here in the summer, he got a chance to be the offensive coordinator of his own team. A little 7-on-7 action. Said he really grew up as a player coach, if you will. And we got a chance to hear from Connor a little bit yesterday about this matchup and about also what it's like to be playing here at Langham Creek.
Definitely a senior-oriented team, so we're going out there playing every game like it's our last opponent that we're going to play in district. So definitely going to go out there and give it our all and make sure that we leave a mark on this district. And you see on the top, they've got 4 guys playing over our 3, and they also got a safety on the hash down low. So we got a one-on-one matchup down here that we hit a lot on the first drive, just quick routes that we're getting 5, 6, 7, 8 yards on every play. So if we can keep getting those consistent yards, then moving the ball down the field is not a problem. If we have to do that with running the football or getting completions, whatever it takes right here, we just got, they gave us a quick bub, so we hit it and get for 12 yards, a little catch and run. Got a few more people in the box. Uncovered. We'll take a first down.
All right, so there you go. Connor Feast, we kind of let him go on that because we were doing a little bit of fun there, showing about how diagramming plays, what he sees as a quarterback.
And that's what makes him one of Houston's best. Here's a couple other guys who fit that mold. Running back Kristen Hammond from Dickinson, 11 touchdowns already in just a couple of games. He's been involved in a lot of shootouts. North Shore running back Tristan Houston, a youngster, but 21 yards per carry. Holy cow. Lamar quarterback Damon Mercer, 11 total touchdowns so far. Summer Creek quarterback Aaron Sharp. We're going to talk about him more tonight. He's had a great start to the year after a great 2 years as a starter before. And then lastly, Katy running back Adam Taylor, 8 touchdowns already, Jeff, and you had a chance to dive a little deeper on that topic earlier this week.
Yeah, I was at the game early this year when the Woodlands was hosting Katy High School, and of course, Katy, the #1 team in the AP poll right now, and deservingly so. They've got a great football team, and it's largely due to Adam Taylor. Here's Adam's story. The Katy Tigers are loaded at running back, led by LSU commit Adam Taylor. At 6'2" and 200 pounds, Taylor is an upright runner with great speed. When he's not running over you, he'll dart to the outside and take it to the house. Taylor is just glad to be back on the field after missing nearly all of last season with a knee injury in the opener.
Playing this game, you got to be very determined and just have a swagger about yourself to get to the end zone. I'm running the ball, but it's my offensive line, it's my fullback, Alex Fisher, making the key sting blocks and open up the hole for me.
Adam Taylor finishing with 5 touchdowns against the Woodlands, says that it kind of makes up for that 47-0 loss right here at Woodforest Bank Stadium back in 2008 to the Woodlands Highlanders.
Last game, they embarrassed us, and we have a chip on our shoulder about coming out here to their home stadium and playing hard and getting a W. I just took a couple things personal because they said I was going to get my bell rung and I wasn't a good football player, and I worked too hard to have somebody to say those things about me.
We were expecting a breakout game, and no doubt he came through, and he's a really, really fine football player.
In just 3 games in the 2012 football season, Taylor has rushed for 317 yards and 8 touchdowns. Taylor and the Tigers are on a mission in 2012 with convincing wins over Klein, A-Leaf Taylor, and the Woodlands. It's not hard to get motivated, especially after a disappointing playoff loss to LaPorte last season, a game that Taylor said was hard to watch from the sidelines.
I wasn't able to play because I was out all last year, and it was very hard to handle. And that was my second loss of my high school career. And it would just take that incentive every day, going to practice and practicing hard, and so we don't want that to happen again.
Adam Taylor's a good running back. You know, he's a big kid, he's physical, he's got great speed, he's elusive. I think there's a reason that he's going to LSU.
Recruiting and all that stuff, and for LSU, I'm not really worried about that. Worried about making a reputation of my 2020 team I've been with forever, and we have a great season and try to win state.
All right, again, Katy was in action last night taking on Morton Ranch, and Katy has been putting up some serious points. You might have noticed that scoreboard. They had 62 against the Woodlands. Yeah, guess what? They did it again last night.
Well, it's that running game. You would think that running games wouldn't be so explosive. With guys like Adam Taylor and Rodney Anderson, they just pounded all over you. And Adam Taylor had a good game last night, too. 3 touchdowns, over 100 yards rushing.
Yeah, 62-24 over Morton Ranch. Okay, let's go ahead and take a Fox studio break and check in with Rick Renner. Rick, what do you have?
Better quarterbacks off I-45. Join us on the Late Show. We'll have highlights and that feature of the big game of the week from Gerald Prim Stadium. Next time you see me, the world-famous Fox Sports Southwest girls will join me. So make sure you sign up at foxsportssouthwest.com, and you can get your game day photos on TV. Let's take a break. Back out to H-Town, Cyprus, that is, for Jeff and Travis.
Wow, we already have some highlights in already.
From who?
Let's see here. Oh, Coach Harper sought.
Oh, good. We need that in about.
We can get it turned.
Yeah, we need that in about 2 minutes. It's probably not going to happen. How about I watch a little football for a change? I don't remember the last time I saw a high school football game doing the show. You know that?
I know. Hey, I just sent Scott a couple of sound bites. One from Pedrick McGinnis from Hightower, and another one from Clint Harper with Leander. I don't know if he's already gotten them. They're pretty short.
Langham Creek just punted. Not a very good one. Actually, it turned out to be pretty good after all.
My sister says she's here somewhere. I don't know where she's at.
I don't know. There's Randy. Does he count?
Randy?
He's right there.
Oh.
You want me to do it real quick? Which one is it? I'm getting a lot of feedback when you talk, Jeff. I don't know what that is. Yep, there it is again. No, it's
static.
metallic static feedback, yeah. Are we getting water in the stuff again since it's drizzling?
What's this? Hey, welcome to Fox Football Friday. We're here at the Berry Center, Cy Ranch and Langham Creek doing battle here. Beautiful setting for Friday night football. Of course, they get started a little bit early in Houston, 7 o'clock kicks, and we've already had some offense.
I know, well, on one side. Langham Creek has struggled to move the ball, but Cy Ranch has answered quickly. Already a touchdown up, and they're rocking on the door for a second one. So we'll bring to you some highlights of those early action shots as soon as we can.
So a lot going on here at this particular stadium, but let's check in with Angela real quick, who takes care of with State Farm. Angela?
Thanks, Jeff and Travis. Well, it's starting to sprinkle out here, as you know, but that has not dampened the spirits of the crowd. And I am joined right now by two State Farm agents, Aaron McKnight and Tristan Sutton. We're going to start with Aaron. Aaron, tell me why State Farm is so involved with high school sports.
Well, as a local State Farm agent, it's very important to us to help assist in the efforts of our youth today. State Farm is very committed to our youth to assist them in their education, one day when they serve in the workforce, and as they become members in the adults as a society. And so State Farm, we're committed to that. It's a privilege for us to be here today and support these two great schools.
And Tristan, obviously, price of gas, groceries, things like that, very expensive. I've been asking a lot of the agents to tell people how they can save money with State Farm in these tough times.
Well, with State Farm, we offer a ton of discounts here in Texas, starting with our good grades discounts for students who have a B or better above average. You have our multi-policy discounts when you bundle your policies together. And we can also help you out when you do a discount double check with us. But more importantly, we offer over 40% discounts up here in Texas. Thank you.
I love those commercials, the discount double check commercials. Those are great. If somebody wanted to save some money with you, get some insurance through you, what's your contact information?
They could call my office locally here at 281-855-7913 or go to my website, www.tristansutton.com.
And Aaron, what about you?
Yes, my office number is 281-447-6000. You can also go to statefarm.com and look me up by my name, and we'd be glad to answer any question you may have and take care of your business. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. We're glad to have you here. Back to you, Jeff and Travis.
All right, thanks, Angela. Appreciate that. Let's go and take a look at some of the big games across the state of Texas. Let's go down to the Hill Country. Leander's for real. We circled this game earlier in the season. They're taking on Cedar Park tonight.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of defense here, Jeff. We'll talk about this one later, but let's just say that neither offense lighting it up, but both defenses doing pretty fine work.
Leander undefeated. DFW Metroplex, Euless Trinity at Colleyville Heritage. And an interesting game as well.
Yeah, we got coverage draped all over this one. We'll be tracking this one on radio tonight. We've got a guy out there on the phone, and we have a guy shooting highlights too. Defense in this one too, but we'll be able to give you some footage from this one later on this evening.
Okay, Fort Bend Hightower at Fort Bend Travis. Another interesting game right down the road from here in Houston.
Yeah, we broke the defensive trend. That's not Travis's strong point right now, but it is Hightower's. So we'll see how good Hightower's offense can be. Still recovering, I think, from the graduation of Braylon Addison last year.
How about East Texas? Longview at Mesquite. We got a chance to see Longview last week. This is a team that they were very impressive last week in their win over Lufkin.
Exactly, and their fans really came out to this Mesquite game tonight, as all the reports in the local media. And it's that man, running back Torrey White, who really has the opportunity to do some damage and put his name on the statewide map as Longview continues to recover from the loss of quarterback Bivens Caraway in the opener. And their defense also very good. DeMarcus Latham, their linebacker, is a disruptive force. A lot of athletes in the secondary, but I tell you what, Mesquite's offense, led by quarterback Alex Cooper, can test this team. They can test anybody in Texas. They can definitely test Longview. If Longview wants to win, need a couple more of those explosive plays like they beat Lufkin with last week.
Speaking of Lufkin, let's go out to the Piney Woods. They're at A&M Consolidated. Bounce back game, the Tigers coming off that win over Lake Travis. Lufkin trying to bounce back after the loss to Longview.
And conversely, Consolidated doesn't want the dreaded letdown game. After you play a great one, they beat Lake Travis last week, have to play just as well this week if they want to beat a hungry, hurting Lufkin team.
Okay, so interesting games all over the state of Texas, and this one interesting as well. Right now, Cy Ranch up 14-0. We'll break that one down in just a few minutes. Fox Football Friday rolling on from right here at the Berry Center in Cypress. We'll be right back with much more.
What's that? Yes, please. Do you want to start with us? Let's start with us. Toss to her real quick and let her. Okay. Okay. 4 minutes, right? That's what I was looking for. I just dropped it.
Yeah, it's 14-0 Cy Ranch. Okay.
No, I know one was a short yardage run from the one. It was just a sneak up the middle.
But it was set up by Keith Ford. Keith Ford had a huge run.
Okay. Both of them set up by Keith Ranch. Or
Keith
by
Ford.
Keith Ford. Keith Ford. Sorry. Yeah, I believe so. Ooh, dang. You didn't see that, did you?
What's that?
Football Friday Live is presented by State Farm. Visit texas.statefarm.com to enter the Fan Up Truck Sweepstakes. By Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. By your Texas Ford dealers. It's the Built Ford Tough Truck event at your Texas Ford dealer. Enjoy huge savings on America's best-selling truck for 35 years running. Ford is the best in Texas. And by Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club in spicy, home style, or grilled. Try one today.
And welcome back to Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. A lot of action going on behind us. Let's check in with Angela Heyman on the sidelines to find out more about the game.
Thanks, Jeff. Well, I just got down here, and it's already 13-0 Mustangs, two rushing plays, both by the quarterback, both set up by Keith Ford. You'll see two short rushing plays, one a quarterback keep by quarterback Cole Martin. Like I said, the Mustangs are already up 13-0. This is the 8-yard run, and there's about 5 minutes left in the game right now, and their offense is already, really showing what they're made of. And obviously Keith Ford is their big running back. He doesn't have any rushing touchdowns yet, but Cole Martin has two. And don't forget to tweet to me. I gotta get that out there. Tweet to @SportsAngela or @DCTF #FootballFriday and show your school some love. Sounds like the Lobos just came back and scored. It's now 13-6 Mustangs, 13-6 Cy Ranch.
I tell you, when we show up, we bring the offense, don't we?
No kidding. Angela's going to be running back and forth again. Someone get her a water bottle.
Yeah, 13-6, still in the first quarter here. Cy Ranch leading right now in a good battle. Hey, let's go ahead and take a look at this last play. This was the Langham Creek touchdown that put them on the board. And going up top through the air, nice touchdown pass by Connor Feast. And that was thrown to the back part of the end zone there to number 2, which is Caleb Hobbs. So great little connection there, 13-6. We'll let you know if they tack on the extra point. I believe they did. So Cy Ranch up 13-7 right now here at the Berry Center. So, hey, good to see the highlights.
Yeah, I know, right? They're rolling faster than we can process them. Jeff, real quick before we get to the Blitz, let's take a look at the top 10 teams in each class according to TexasFootball.com. Dave Campbell's Texas Football. Here you go. Starting 5A, Allen at the top, Katy, Glendale Park, North Shore, Cibolo, Steele, DeSoto. Really no surprises there. South Lake Carroll, your first team with a loss to crack the rankings. Dallas Skyline, Abilene, Hewitt Midway, and Euless Trinity. A lot of really good teams in there. A lot of top talent, Jeff.
Yeah, we'll get a look at Euless Trinity later tonight. Class 4A top 10, Pearland Dawson at the top, deservingly so.
Yep, Leander right behind them. Lancaster, John Tyler, Wichita Falls Ryder, Rosenberg Terry, surprise choice there, big offense. Aledo, Highland Park, Prosper, and mighty running Angleton at number 10.
I like what I see Class 3A, Navasota on top. With all those top powerhouses in 3A, look at Navasota stepping up.
They are really good, too. Carthage, Stephenville, Lamarck, Abilene Wiley, a team we had in Week 0 against Argyle, who comes in right behind them. In the 6th spot, Argyle, Alvarado at 7. Salina 8, consistent Salina. Death taxes in Salina, I swear. El Campo at number 9 in their first season down from Class 4A. And it's Waco La Vega in the 10th spot. Just like in 4A, they run the ball and play defense like Angleton does.
Look at that just star power there in 3A. I mean, look at that. Stephenville, Lamarck, Salina. Those are some storied programs in the state of Texas. And they're all in Class 3A. Look at Navasota on top. I like seeing that.
And I'm hoping we can see some of those teams at Cowboy Stadium at the end of the season. Remember, Jeff, announced this week the all 11 UIL or all the UIL 11 man title games will be held at Cowboy Stadium for the second year in a row, which I think is a good thing for the UIL. You're going to get a lot of attention that way, TV coverage from Fox Sports Southwest. It's one more way the sport just grows with us. I'm really excited about that day.
It's better. You get bigger attendance, and the fans get a chance to see a lot of different football. Hey, Fox Football Friday continues from here in the Berry Center. We're coming right back with the Blitz. Don't go anywhere, folks. And welcome to Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. This is the Berry Center. It's the Blitz, and we've got a great football game for you. Cy Ranch taking on Langham Creek, and right now it's Cy Ranch leading early on here, 13-7. A lot of offense in the early going in this one.
Exactly. Connor Feast, the quarterback, already with a touchdown pass from Langham Creek. Keith Ford, no touchdowns yet, but it's only just a matter of semantics, really, because he's taken them right down to the goal line twice in a row, and they've turned him into touchdowns. We can give him some points for that, right?
All righty, Jeff Power, Travis Stewart, Angela Heyman on the sidelines, and get interactive with us, folks. What do you say?
Yeah, exactly. You can reach us via Twitter easily. Send it to @DCTF or Angela Heyman on the sidelines at @SportsAngela. And remember, use the hashtag Football Friday. That's how you pop up on the Twitter bar. That would be
on
this way. Yeah, the Twitter bar is that way. So you can pop up on our Twitter bar and get on TV. I think it's fun. I do it all the time.
Hey, we're like weathermen here. All right, Houston. Let's go to the Houston area. This is an area that is loaded with talent. Of course, Katy and Galena Park North Shore, probably the two top teams. But let's not forget about the team that is the defending champion in Class 5A Division II, Spring Decaney.
Exactly right. Member folks will be tracking Klein Collins and Klein Oak on the radio tonight. We'll bring that one to you if we hit a key moment in this segment. On to that top five, Katy indeed at the top. And it's the run game and the defense that's really powering that unit to the surprise of approximately no one. Galena Park North Shore right behind them. They've looked awesome so far, Jeff. You've been able to see them in person. Spring Decaney, Manville, Pearland, Dawson. That is as mighty a top five, I think, as you're going to find pretty much anywhere.
Yeah, Pedrick McGinnis is the new head coach over at Fort Bend Hightower. They're taking on Fort Bend Travis tonight. Great game there. Of course, McGinnis was an 11-year assistant coach under Barry Abercrombie, who now moves over to Klein Forest.
Yeah, and he took over a pretty tough task, and that's rebuilding Hightower after they graduated everyone pretty much from last year's state title run. Travis is out actually to a 7-0 lead. They just found the end zone, and these two have really been, I hesitate to say the de facto district title contenders every year, but pretty close. Both of them have been pretty good, and they've split a couple of the last titles. So winner of this one may end up hoisting the crown at the end of the season.
And great basketball teams, too. All right, Klein Collins and Klein Oak. We have some early highlights of this one. This game being played up in northwest Houston, Klein Collins and Klein Oak. Collins up right now 14-7. Let's take a look at how both these teams are getting it done. There's David Smith's team, Klein Oak right there on the move, getting the ball down there near the goal line, down to the 1-yard line. And that would set up this play right here, bouncing it into the end zone for the touchdown. And it was Klein Oak with the early lead early on in that game. And I think Klein Oak, definitely one of the top teams in the Houston area, but Collins might have something to say about that tonight. Look at that play right up there, jumping up high. And again, it's Collins that leads 14-7 in the first quarter.
Well, it's not a terrible surprise, Jeff, because Klein Oak's defense has struggled to start the year, which is uncommon for them, but they have struggled so far to start this season. And Klein Collins can run the ball so well that they can make that Oak defense a sore spot tonight. So we'll have to keep seeing how well that Collins offense plays throughout the evening.
All right, Katy Seven Lakes and Katy Made Creek battling tonight. A lot of points being scored in this one already.
Man, I tell you what, this Houston area is starting to feel like the Valley in El Paso with all this offense. We got a man on the floor out there. It's Ahmad Vital. Ahmad, you are at Seven Lakes and Mady Creek, and it is all offense so far. Tell me what is going on and what's in the water in Katy.
Well, I just told y'all the score was 21-7, and I have to go ahead and correct it already because just as we've been sitting here talking just now, Troy McCormick from Made Creek just scored just a minute ago. So now it's 21-14, Seven Lakes, all offense. Not a ton of defense going on. Braden West from Seven Lakes already has 100 yards. We're not even out of the first quarter yet. It's 2 minutes and 7 seconds left. And probably as I'm speaking right now, Braden West has the ball in his hand. He may actually go for a score right now.
Give us some play-by-play. Come on, Ahmad.
But he did return it for 30 yards.
Go ahead and take over that play-by-play anytime now, Vital.
Ahmad, looking at these two teams, are either of these two teams, in your opinion, good enough to play with Katy right now?
No, sir, and I'm not sure how many teams in this city or state is ready to play with Katy right now. Their team is hitting on all cylinders right now, and it's just they're the team to beat. I mean, obviously there's some other top programs in the area. You know, North Shore would obviously have something to say about that. Westfield may have something to say about that. But there hasn't been a ton of teams I've seen this year that can play with any of those three teams too much right now. But, hey, we're still early, and we can see a whole lot of things before the season's out.
All right, good stuff. Ahmad Vital right there. Appreciate it. Already 35 points scored in that one. Seven Lakes leading early on. Summer Creek at Crosby. Crosby's got off to a pretty good start this year.
Yeah, they're coming off a loss to Dayton, but other than that, they've looked pretty sharp. And I tell you what, a team that's also looked sharp is indeed Summer Creek, and they have got offense out the wazoo. If we're talking about offense at those Katy teams, Summer Creek can do it too, and this guy is a big reason why. Quarterback Aaron Sharp, he's still just a junior, but look at his numbers already. He's almost 700 yards passing so far this year. Last year, 2,300. He was a district MVP as a sophomore, and as a freshman in 2010, he threw for 1,400 yards. Some guys are just born to throw the football. I tell you what, he's sure looking like one of them right now.
All right, how about North Forest at Sharpstown? Interesting game. North Forest off to a really good start this year.
Both of these teams aren't. I tell you what, if you're looking for matchups where everything can be predicted, I don't think this one's for you because no one really expected both of these teams to be playing at the high level, incredibly high level that they are right now. But it's North Forest's rushing game that's really been impressive. 5 rushers with more than 100 yards. I tell you what, they've scored 50-plus points in 4 games. And look at what the turnaround they've had as of late, Jeff. In 2008, they were 6-4. 2009, they were 0-10. 2010, 2-8, then 4-6. Now they're 4-0, but more importantly, look at the points scored. They have already scored more points this year than they have almost done in their entire history in those single seasons. So things have turned around in a hurry for them from that school that consolidated a few years ago with Northbrook and Smiley. A lot of talent out there all of a sudden, kind of overnight.
Well, we'll see if the Apollos can hang with them. We just had another touchdown scored here behind us. Let's check in with Angela right now to find out what happened. Angela?
Thanks, Jeff. Well, that's right. The Mustangs did score again. It was another rushing touchdown by quarterback Cole Martin. If we've got the play up, you'll see he rolls out, and he goes ahead and he just keeps the ball, rushes for the touchdown. They cap it off with the extra point, and the Mustangs are now leading 20-7. Another rushing touchdown by quarterback Cole Martin. Keith Ford got him down there with a long run, but he has yet to score.
Angela, we're going to need to put you on the pads out there and play linebacker. That's the second time that Martin's rolled out and got a running touchdown.
I know. It's unbelievable. He's playing well, and you see he's got great vision. He just keeps the ball after he sees that all of his receivers are covered, and he kept it again, and they scored again, and now they're up 20-7.
All right, Angela, appreciate that. So it's been the Cole Martin show so far, 20-7. Cy Ranch leading on homecoming night. More with that a little bit later on. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back here on Fox Football Friday at the Barrick Center.
Football Friday Blitz is presented by your Texas Ford dealers. It's the Built Ford Tough Truck event at your Texas Ford dealer. Enjoy huge savings on America's best-selling truck for 35 years running. Ford is the best in Texas. Buy Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. Buy Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club. In spicy, home style, or grilled. Try one today. And by FredLoya.com.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
Langham Creek kickoff return pushed out about the 20. Sounds good. You want me to take kickoff return since I was watching it?
Yeah, go ahead. Let me give you the roster. There you go. Okay.
You want to bring it back or you want me to?
I'll bring it. You do the highlight.
Okay, sounds good.
So this is before we go to our sports desk break, correct? Oh, no, Hill Country. We're good. Never mind. Hey, I know Jim Lanning sent us some sound with Harper. Do you want to run it there? I mean, the game just started. You know that Clint Harper sound from Leander? Okay, yeah. I was just saying the Clint Harper soundbite from Leander, we could run it right here talking about playing Cedar Park. I mean, they just started. Mm-hmm. It would have been from Jim Lanning, Leander, Cedar Park, says Clint Harper. Touchdown? Touchdown.
I don't think so.
And welcome to Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. We're here at the Berry Center. I'm Jeff Power. He's Travis Stewart, and he's got a highlight for us.
And it was a quick one, too, right after the touchdown by Cy Ranch. Langham Creek on the ensuing kickoff. I hate ruining the drama. It's not a touchdown. I know everyone gets real hyped up about it. But the kickoff goes deep to the right corner, received, and he immediately has blockers there. Makes a guy miss. And if you can make a guy miss on a kickoff return, Jeff, well, all of a sudden everyone else is in trouble. That is Giles Israel, the senior defensive back for Langham Creek. He's got the corner. What you can't see is all the Langham Creek players putting their arms up to signal touchdown behind him. Not quite, almost. But then Langham Creek brings it right down, and they were threatening once again. I do believe they actually just scored another touchdown.
They did, 20-13, Cy Ranch leading, and Giles Israel looking like Spider-Man on that punt return. Let's check in with Angela real quick, who has more down on the field. Angela?
Thanks, Jeff. Well, I don't know if you know, but this weekend is actually Coach to Cure MD weekend. Tomorrow during the college games, you might see quite a few coaches wearing this patch on their sleeve. And right now, I'm joined by Brett Bullers. His son led the Cy Ranch team out onto the field before the game. His son has muscular dystrophy, and Brett is very involved in finding a cure for muscular dystrophy. I know your son, Nicholas, this is his third year to lead the team out. You must be so proud.
Oh, Angela, it makes memories of a lifetime for him, and it's helped us raise money and awareness for the cause, for Coach to Cure, and for Duchenne muscular dystrophy. It affects so many kids, and it's all boys, and it affects them at a very early age. And the coaches just wanted to get involved from high school all the way down, or all the way up to colleges, so they can try to make a difference in these kids' lives. And we're close to finding a cure. We just need everybody's help. If they'll text the word CURE on their cell phone, CURE, to 90999, it's a $5 donation. They'll never even miss it. It'll disappear on their phone bill, and it'll really help us. They're close. They're really close to finding a cure, and it's going to save these boys' lives. It's a fatal illness. They lived about 17 to 20, but we're going to get the answer to save their lives.
Well, Brett, congratulations. I hope a lot of people text that number, and you must be so proud of your son, and we're proud of Nicholas.
Thanks, I appreciate it. And they can text all year. It's not just one night or one weekend, but I appreciate it.
Back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that, Angela. Now, the regional top 5 in the Hill Country is as follows. Leander right now, the top team, and deservedly so, but it's just strange to see Lake Travis behind anybody in that area.
I know, but things change. We're actually tracking Leander and Cedar Park on the radio tonight from KMAX Sports. We'll hit in on that broadcast if we have a key moment here in the next few minutes. And then, as you said, Lake Travis number 2 after the loss to A&M Consolidated last week. Then you get to Pflugerville, who also lost to Leander last week. Cedar Park is at 2-2. Vista Ridge, the surprise team in the 5th spot after that great start behind a very, very good rushing offense.
Yeah, we'll hear from Vista Ridge in a moment, too. But that Leander-Cedar Park game, very interesting matchup. You know, Clint Harper, he is the head coach over at Leander. What a fantastic job he has done in such a short period of time. But Leander with that battle against Cedar Park, we talked about this game earlier in the year. This is a tough game for both of them. A lot of defense.
Well, it's really whoever scored is probably going to win. I know that sounds simplistic, but look at the numbers, and it's true. Cedar Park has yet to score more than 14 points in any game so far this year. Offensively, they're struggling a bit. But Leander, it's a bad matchup because their defense has been awesome. They've only allowed 14 points all year, and they've shut out 2 teams. So when you come to play against the Leander defense, I mean, you have to come to play. You can't just run the ball. You can't just throw the ball. You got to do both, and you got to do it well. And I'm not sure Cedar Park is at that level yet. Leander should win. I think they're going to win. But you never really know in high school football, do you, Jeff?
You don't. All right, Austin High at Lake Travis. Of course, the Cavaliers coming off that hard-fought loss to A&M Consolidated by 2 points. But they're trying to get back on the winning side, taking on Austin High, the Maroons in town.
And they should bounce back against this team. I think Lake Travis did not play well last week. A&M Consolidated played great. But Lake Travis did not play well last week, and I expect that that coaching staff led by Hank Carter is going to have them refocused, more than anything else, just to hold on to the football. They've had a hard time with that recently.
2 turnovers late in that game. Okay, so the new normal. Let's talk about that. What is the new normal?
Well, who knows? After Lake Travis lost, that snapped their 25-game winning streak. That was second overall in the state, behind only Richland Springs. They're at 34 now because they have yet to lose. And now look at the other teams for the longest winning streaks in Texas. Mason at 19, down at 1A Division 1. Refugio at 18. Waco Live Oak, actually a TCAL school, Jeff, at 16. So a 6-man and a private school, a 1A and a 2A are the longest winning streaks in Texas. Who knew? No 5As, no 4As, no 3As.
Manor at Georgetown. Georgetown in 4A doing quite well, undefeated.
Yeah, they've started off very well, but this is the best team they've probably played so far, or at least pretty close to it. And their quarterback, Jake Hubenak, is a big reason why. A really talented kid who can throw the ball quite a bit. You know, a top 30 quarterback really in the state of Texas. You really like what he does out there. And if they can beat Manor tonight, I think I think they should be right there in that conversation for the top 25 in Class 4A. They're already pretty close. A win tonight over Manor would put them, right at that 26-25 range. And there's actually a lot of really good teams in that district, and look how balanced it is. Georgetown's clocking in at 29 in our expanded rankings. Hutto is at number 34, and Pflugerville Colony's at number 38. So that's 9 spots of differential between 3 teams in one district. That's very odd. They're all allowing 12 to 14 points per game, and they're all scoring more than 30. So those are 3 really tough teams.
Let's check in with this Leander Cedar Park game. Got a little radio for you. Let's listen in.
First down. That was a traditional triple option, but the running backs actually ran into each other. Ethan Fry, smart, pulls the ball and makes something out of nothing. Just completely torched this Leander defense to the sideline and then finishing with his head down and getting an extra 2 yards.
1st and 10 on the 18-yard line. The give is to Nathan Harwell that time. Wrapped up, minimal gain on the play. Looked like number 42 for Leander. Jacob Terrault on the tackle. Big 3rd down, 3rd and 5 on Leander's 12-yard line.
That's right. And Cedar Park having a great week of practice. Talked to Coach Willis some this week, and I think Cedar Park's ready for these big 3rd down plays. They've got to have good 3rd down conversions.
Big play. Crowd knows it. Quarterback keeps the football. Ethan Fry's going to be short. He's going to be knocked down right at the 10. He needed about the 8 for the 1st down. He's going to be short. It's going to be 4th and 3 from the 11. And we'll see what Cedar Park wants to do. They do have this driving wind at their back.
And something I like is get the ball outside fast. Do a wide receiver screen so where you got a one-on-one with your corner. I like the Cedar Park receivers. They're so physical
And
this year.
Cedar Park is going for it. 4th and 3 on the 11. Huge play. 3rd of the end zone. It is complete. 1st down T-Wolves. Just short of the 1st down, but what a throw. I believe that was a Stefano on the catch. What a play. Check that. That was Ethan Fry. He plays quarterback. Plays kicks, he punts, he sells hot dogs at halftime. He does it all. 1st down Timberwolves on the Leander 2-yard line.
Cedar Park noticing as his own defense on this 3rd down situation because obviously they had to go to the air right there. They spread everyone out, go to 3-step stops and outs on each side. Ethan Fry finds the hole.
Big play. 1st down on the 2-yard line of Leander. Need points here. Give up the middle, struggling for yardage. The refs have not gone up with it yet on either side. And there it is. Touchdown. Cedar Park. Number 24, Nathan Harwell, and Cedar Park strikes first.
Nathan Harwell with the touchdown right there. You heard it, 6-0 thanks to K-Max Sports right there. We like to bring you the games as they happen, and listen to that. Cedar Park with the early touchdown on Leander. That's hard to do against that Lions defense.
Especially when your offense hasn't played as well like Cedar Park's offense has. And on to a couple other Hill Country games we were talking about. Obviously, Manor and Georgetown. Let's move to Dripping Springs. And Leander Rouse, 2 4A teams that are kind of in the middle of pack in their district right now. Both of them competitive and probably looking for the 3rd or 4th playoff spots in their districts and more than capable of getting them, Jeff.
Another team in this area, Vista Ridge, has looked really sensational in the early going so far in the season. They're undefeated. They're at Vandergrift tonight. They're 4-0. We got a chance to catch up with Rodney Vincent, the head coach over at Vista Ridge. And he is someone who is really fired up about what his team's been able to do so far this year. And I think Vista Ridge might be one of the top teams in this area, especially in 4A.
Especially with that ground game. Looking at Wimberley and Liberty Hill. Liberty Hill, another team with a great ground game. And Wimberley off to a rugged start, but that's not terribly surprising because they graduated so much from last year's title team. So we're looking for them to finish out this season, continue to grow, get into the playoffs, get on a roll, and maybe do some more damage in the postseason.
Okay, so we're here at the Berry Center right now, early going. Let's check in real quick with Angela and find out if we've missed anything behind us.
Probably
Angela.
Oh, guys, you've missed a lot. There have been 2 scores since you checked in with me last. The Mustangs now lead 27-14. Here's this first score. It's by quarterback Connor Feast. He's got a rushing touchdown, and that would make the game 20-14. I believe that's Connor Feast's ninth rushing touchdown of the season. And then you'll see the second play. Cole Martin with another rushing touchdown. Fumbles the ball, rolls out to the right, keeps it, heads into the end zone. They make the extra point. The Mustangs now lead 27-14. Guys, am I right? Is that Connor Feast? Is that his 9th rushing touchdown of the season?
It is.
9th? That sounds about right. It's either 9th or 8th.
And I tell you what, Cole Martin is catching up with him really quickly.
He's going to do it this game. He's already got 4 of them, for goodness sakes.
My goodness.
Keith Ford is just dying over there right now.
He is. All right, Angela, thanks again for the update. We'll be right back here on Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine.
Sorry. I was saying good job to Jim Barton and Jeff Watts on the radio. That is what we're talking about.
We'll take it.
Now, y'all told us to go radio, and we did. Uh-oh. This doesn't sound good.
I'm playing. Hey, we have any highlights in from KABB yet, San Antonio? They're usually pretty good about getting stuff on early. Just a thought. Oh, that's true. That is true.
That's true. Is that Twitter bar catching up again? It looked like it was still lagging really behind on some of that stuff. No. That's not the. It seems like every time we start, it's starting at the beginning again. It's so weird. Well, Mike A, it's hot. It's not that hot, but it's hot.
Hey, just a quick note. I was thinking we didn't run the Cody Thomas footage from earlier because we were in a hurry in that segment 3 early on. Maybe we can bump that down to the DFW Metroplex.
Yeah, that's fine. No reason not to do that.
Oh, all right.
Oh, is that what happened on the Katie segment?
And welcome to Fox Football Friday. We're here at the Berry Center. It is packed. Look at this. Cy Ranch leading right now 27-14 over Langham Creek. Great crowd. Homecoming night here at Cy Ranch. But let's take a quick break and an Academy Sports Desk break and check in with Rick Renner. Rick?
Action. We start with number 1 team in Class 5A, the Katy Tigers playing Morton Ranch. And oh, look at this man. It's Adam Taylor. He's going to LSU. We talked about him early in the show. Good. He grabbed the early 7-0 lead. Then Alex Fisher, he had a 100-yard game. Katy rolls. They're still unbeaten. 224. Number 4, Cibolo Steele continues to roll against San Marcos. Justin Stockton. This guy can play a little bit. He'll take it 75 yards to the house. And Steele had the quick 7-0 lead. San Marcos actually tied the game on a fake punt, but then just too much. This for Stockton. He'll take it to the house. 42-14. Steele is 5-0. Elsewhere, Brandeis, Stevens going at it. And this was on Thursday night as well. First quarter, Trenton Inclan from 8 yards out, his second touchdown of the quarter. That made it 14-0 Brandeis. Then in the second frame, Chase Guillory, the fullback, gets the call, and he'll punch it in. 43-7. They win that one. Time now to bring in the Fox Sports Southwest girls. You know them as Kami and Liddy. They're world famous. What's going on in social media there, girls? Great to have you back, by the way, both of you guys.
We're both back in the studio. I missed you guys so much last week. Well, Liddy and I are both here to show you all the pictures that we got. Liddy, take it away.
We have a lot to show you tonight, so we're going to go ahead and get started. Our first
Langham
photo
Creek.
is sent in by Tom Hawes. It's Victoria
Man,
West
what a game.
High School quarterback Garrett Mather. He is making a great run, you can see, and they have a bye this week.
Our second photo is sent in by Patrick Madrowski. And actually, this is the DQ big game of the week. Sulphur Springs is playing Corsicana, and these players, they look intense. I think they're going to play a good game. I know, right?
This is sent in by J.D. Bryan. It's the Frisco Centennial Color Guards. I love that this is titled Pre-Game Anticipation. They look like they're pretty excited, and they also have a bye game.
She looks pretty cool there. Wouldn't want to mess with her, I think. The fourth photo is sent in by Tom Hawes. It's a pretty cool action shot. I actually said to Liddy earlier, this reminds me of, I think I'm chasing her. Yeah. Let's see, this is Quailian Bryant from Victoria West. Huge kickoff return. They actually won last week. They're on a bye week as well, 34-12.
And coming up next, we have some tweets for you. So don't forget to send us your tweets at FSSW_girls, and we'll answer all your questions.
So have you guys ever had a running race? Who wins?
Me. Get out
Come
of here.
on.
I ran track in high school. I would
That's
kill her.
true. She's a state champion. I know Kami is
Well,
a
I
really,
guess
really good athlete.
next series we're going to have a runoff. Stay tuned.
All right, guys, great stuff. Looking forward to hanging out with you all night. Make sure you go to foxsportssouthwest.com and get your game day photos, videos, and tweets to us. It's a simple sign-up process, and maybe you can be on TV. Time now to kick it to two guys who love to be on TV, Jeff Power and Travis Stewart. Take it away, guys.
I'm calling out Kami and Lydia. I think I can beat them both in a race. I'm going to run off against both of them at some point in time.
I can't. I will admit
What?
it. I can't.
Man, talk about lack of confidence. Come on, Jeff.
Hey, let's talk about that San Antonio area. You know, Civil Steel, we saw those highlights. They look fantastic this year already.
Yeah, they're
5-0 in the young season. They're rolling.
They're really good. I mean, no matter if it's Justin Stockton or Stearns, both of them for that matter, or that really good defense, I mean, they are just a complete football team with a really good head coach in Mike Jinks. Smithson Valley comes in right behind them, 4-0 on the season. They're just pounding everybody right now. San Antonio Brandeis, they won last night. You saw the highlights brought to you by Rick Renner. They're 4-1, moved to 1-0 in district. Madison's at 2-2, but they've lost to Steele and Smithson Valley. We can forgive that. We're charitable. And then San Antonio Brennan at the fifth spot. They're 4-0. They look really good. We're going to talk about their game against Edison in just a second.
And special thanks to KABB and all the good folks over there. Hector Ledesma, they do a great job.
Indeed.
Alamo Heights at Bernie Champion. This is an interesting game. Alamo Heights already up right now 7-0. The Mules.
Speaking of 7, Langham Creek just scored behind us again. We'll get to that in just a second. Alamo Heights up over Champion. And I tell you what, Jeff, it's impossible to start a conversation about Bernie Champion without starting it with quarterback Kyle Pesky. Because, I mean, he is just blowing everyone away right now. He's got 1,400 passing yards on the year so far. Week 3, he had 590 yards. That was that famous game where he set the 4th all-time mark. And then Marble Falls' quarterback Mike Richardson set the 1st all-time mark. In Week 0, he threw for 571. Well, Jeff, all that is good for 10th all-time. So 2 of the 10 all-time single-game passing performances are both the same kid in the same year. 2011 threw for 1,100 yards, so all of a sudden he really blew up this season. A great start for Kyle Pesky and the champion team.
How about San Antonio Jay at San Antonio O'Connor?
Tough one to call, I think. Now, Jay's got a big 3, which is what I love on offense. It makes it easy for me to talk about. Quarterback Jose Martinez is great. Running back Adonis Holbert is great. Wide receiver Josh Reynolds is great. Just not a whole lot else going on offensively right now besides those 3. Probably going to need another guy or 2 to step up if you want to beat O'Connor, who's 2-2, but those 2 losses were both one-possession games. So they've been in there against everybody. This one should at very least be close. Leaning towards Jay, but O'Connor very much alive for it.
Okay, San Antonio Churchill and San Antonio Madison. Madison up right now 7-0 in the first.
Yeah, Madison's going to be your favorite here. I mean, and not just because of their running backs, Marquise Warford, Galen McAllister, but also because their quarterback, Cody Innes, has started the season very well. But Churchill does have a big weapon of their own. It's wide receiver Dimitri Flowers. He's already got 5 touchdown catches this year. He's a big play guy down the field. Madison can take him out of the game. I like their chances.
San Antonio Edison at San Antonio Brennan.
A lot of talented kids in the field for this one, but Edison has yet to play a 4A team. So Brennan is going to be the most talented team they've seen so far by a pretty considerable margin, and it's because of dual-threat quarterback Deshaun Key, who should be good enough to win this game. I like Brennan.
And the Warhorses of Divine at Antonian.
Well, you just saw the update for that game. Oh, it's right there on your Twitter bar. Antonian 7 and Divine 6 was the last update. Antonian's really good, but Divine's got this special guy named Jordan Fraga, who's just like following in the footsteps of running back Joseph Sadler, who they had last year. He's a chip off the old block, you might say, for the production that he's had so far this season. Now, he's not quite Sadler numbers, but he's pretty darn close. We have a graphic here that'll display just how close these two guys are to each other. Remember, Sadler was obviously the kid last year, ran for more than 3,000 yards, set a lot of records, was at least in the record book at the end of the year. Sadler last year, 2011, 3,800 yards. Sadler through 4 games at 1128. Well, Fraga through 4 games this year is at 950. He's not that far off the pace. Your big numbers of touchdowns. Through 4 games last year, Sadler had 20 touchdowns. Fraga's got 10. That's still pretty good. But I don't know if anyone can really fill the shoes of Joseph Sadler. He was a really, really special kid. We brought him on the phone on this set last year. He was really smart, loved talking to him. But this Divine team, they're just spitting out running backs every year now. So if you're in that 3A level in the San Antonio area, watch out for those Warhorses. They'll run you over.
You know, we're in the Houston area. I always like to say hi out to Ken Hall out there, the Sugar Land Express.
Ken,
of course,
we
had
love you.
all those records. Let's send it down to Angela and find out what happened behind us. Angela?
Hey, Hey, Jeff, well, we've had another score since we last talked. We're going to show this highlight in just a second. It's 27-21 Mustang. Cy Ranch is still leading. They fumbled the ball. If we can get to that highlight, it's Connor Feast doing what he does best, reading the D, rolling out to the right, and finding his big-time wide receiver, Caleb Hobbs, for the 6 points. They tack on that extra point. Then Cy Ranch comes right back, and they fumble the ball. So now the Lobos have the ball again and a chance to take the lead with an extra point to make it 28-27. Right now, it's 27-21. Cy Ranch is still leading, and the Lobos are driving the ball.
Good game going on behind us. I like that. So Connor Feast with the touchdown pass there, and great camera work there, too, down there on the field.
I tell you what, Angela's got to have her running shoes on tonight. She's booking all over the place. But, I mean, this is what we expected.
Could have a race. We could have a race.
This is what we expected. We thought we were going to have a shootout, and that's what we've had. Not because the defenses aren't very good, but because these offenses are great. Both the quarterback, obviously, Feast for Langham Creek, the running back, Keith Ford for Cy Ranch. It's just a lot of talent. This is part of the reason why Ford is one of the best running backs in the country, pledged out to Oklahoma, and why Feast should, and if you're a college recruiter, listen right here, this part, why he should be playing college football at the end of the season. We've got another touchdown. As I'm waving my arms, Angela, make sense of this for me, please.
Angela, what do you have?
No, we'll take it. Langham Creek with a handoff right up the gut following the fumble from Cy Ranch. And I think this game is almost tied now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Right on
well, they're going to try to kick that extra point. So right now it is tied 27-all. They'll go for that extra point here in just a moment. But have you ever seen a game where this many points were scored in the first quarter?
No. If it keeps going like this, they'll finish after we do tonight.
Wow. All right, Fox Football Friday will be right back with more from here at the Berry Center. Says hi. Randy McAvoy says hi, Jeff Watts.
Dude, he is going to kill you for saying that.
He's yelling at me right now. Hold on. Good. Yeah, we saw you live over there earlier.
You want to come down and join us on set, talk some Houston football sometime tonight? Do you have time?
Randy McAvoy.
Okay.
Jeff wants to see you real quick.
If you want to come back around. If
Jeff
you want to come back around,
Jeff says come in and say hi to that camera.
Say.
He said you didn't bring your blazer. You can't be on the set with us.
Good to see you, bud.
You know, Randy used to work at Fox Sports.
Oh, yeah. There's pictures of him all over Fox Studios. He's a good-looking sucker. Doesn't surprise me.
So is it now 28-27? They made the extra point, right?
What a mess.
Because we can't see the scoreboard. Yeah.
This game is going to take 5 hours.
That's good.
Oh, we're statewide scores. That's what we're on now.
It's okay to leave this game started at 7. It's not going to go till 11. Oh,
at this rate?
Just jinx this. I need your roster.
I got it here. Which one?
Langham Creek. Okay. And welcome back to the Berry Center here. It's Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine bringing you some football right here on Fox Football Friday night. And a great game here between Langham Creek and Cy Ranch. Both teams going back and forth. Jeff Power, Travis Stewart with you. In fact, let's do a little recap right now and tell you what's been happening in this game so far. It's been a sensational performance in the early going by Cy Ranch quarterback Cole Martin. 4 touchdowns. Look at that hit right there into the end zone. But, on the other side of the ball, you got to watch out for number 12. That is Connor Feast, and Connor Feast has been feasting on that secondary all night long here for the Lobos. But look at this. Again, Martin up the middle for the touchdown. Back and forth this game going. Nice down low angle for you. Up the gut for a touchdown. That's number 28. Jeremiah Williams. And right now it's 28-27. The extra point is good, and we've got ourselves quite a game here. What, that's 55 points already? Amazing.
Oh, man, that's crazy. And one of the highlights in there was the Connor Feast touchdown throw. I missed the number. I think that was running back Jeremiah Williams, who laid a huge block on the outside to pick up a blitzer. If he doesn't, Connor Feast is on a trainer's table right now. So good job to Jeremiah Williams. Angela, is this offense? Is this defense? What is this? I don't think Jeff and I have ever seen something like this.
Well, guys, it's a lot of Connor Feast and Keith Ford doing what they do best. Keith Ford has set them up for several of Cole Martin's rushing touchdowns. It's been a lot of offense. Both defenses playing well. Obviously, the Lobos causing that fumble. I'm taking your advice, and I'm staying hydrated because there are lots of scores going on right now, and I am definitely getting a workout in.
Hey, Angela, I want to ask you a quick question. Just this environment, the atmosphere here at the Berry Center. I mean, have you seen anything like it at the high school level for a Friday night of football? I mean, homecoming, it's a lot of fun.
It's pretty amazing. I'm going to take you guys over so you can see the student section. They are unbelievable. They have so much spirit. This is the Cy Ranch student section. It's homecoming weekend. They're fired up. Their team has been leading. Their team is down 28-27 right now, but they don't care. They are so fired up, and we're going to talk to them a little bit more in a little while. They're our academy team behind the team. This atmosphere is unbelievable, and the visiting crowd, they're great too for the Lobos. Pretty cool stadium. I'm impressed.
Very impressive, to say the least. Thank you, Angela. And, yeah, the Berry Center is just fantastic. If you've never been out to this place, it is just the mecca.
There's really not anything like it elsewhere in Texas that I've stumbled across.
Maybe Allen's new stadium now.
Maybe. There's a lot of great stadiums out there, but this is, I mean, it really is. It's a center. It's a complex.
Yeah.
So you walk in, you feel like you're at a college athletics center. It's just massive and a really cool environment to watch a game.
How about the Wendy's score updates for you? Let's kind of check in with some of the games across the state of Texas. Huge games all over the Lone Star State. And we begin, drum roll, with Pearland leading Pasadena right now 14-0, and Tomball just down the road from here over Fort Bend Marshall 14-7 in the first. Texas City leading Goose Creek Memorial 9-6, and there's Floresville over McCollum 7-0 also in the first.
A little surprising that Fort Bend Marshall's trailing. Tybee over Schertz Clemens 7-0 early on in that one. Southwest falling behind to New Braunfels Canyon. It's not where you want to be with that great defense. Cedar Hill and Duncanville. Some people are calling that the SEC of high school football now in that district because it's such a hard hitter. 6-6 early on. The Memorial up big over Deer Park. It's Port Arthur Memorial 21-7 right now.
How about Highland Park up on Forney 7-0. Frisco leading Wakeland 14-7. Rockwall Heath over Rockwall 14-7. A lot of good rivalry games tonight. Cleburne over Waco High 7-0 in the first.
No one in Waco's liking that one. Waco should come back and win that one, I think, but Cleburne fans didn't hear me say that. Don't worry about that.
The Yellow Jackets had a good baseball team this past year, too.
You know, all
as
this
did
baseball.
Cy Ranch
I don't know anything.
Team.
I think we're going to talk about that Cy Ridge baseball team, but I don't know anything about high school baseball at all. I mean, I have one very narrow focus, and it happens to be football.
Hey, I got a chance to see that Cy Ranch baseball game up close and personal. Can we roll some highlights of the Cy Ranch baseball championship? We've had just an amazing play that ended that game. But if you didn't get a chance to see it, let's do it. Here we go. Cy Ranch, of course, they're playing A&M Consolidated. They got a big home run in the early going. See, we're not just football. We like to, bring in other sports for our folks out there.
I might be just football.
But Cy Ranch kind of got. But here's how the game ended. Check it out. The ball thrown away in the center field. The center fielder throws it back in. Two A&M Consolidated Tigers are both at second. There's one tag out. Here's the throw to first. Another tag out. Game over. Watch the crowd. They get in my way, and hey, we had a good time.
Wow. I don't think I've ever seen a game in like that. Oh, that kid just got taken down. I don't think I've ever seen a game in like that. That's crazy.
We had a good time with that. But Cy Ranch, congratulations with that victory. All right, let's check back in with Angela now. Something just happened down on the field.
Yeah, Jeff, well, I just mentioned earlier that the Lobos defense stepped up, caused a fumble earlier. They recovered it, and they got the ball and scored off of that. Well, they just caused another fumble. This tackle was pretty big, and now the Lobos have the ball back, and they're, going to probably drive down the field and score off this fumble. So big credit to their defense for playing so well, and they're leading 28-27 right now.
You know, Angela, sometimes all these fumbles, and we've seen a lot of fumbles, is because it's damp and we've had some spit out here. It's been dribbling a little bit from the skies, and that ball gets kind of oddly slick, and so guys don't hold on to it because they're not used to that. Down on the field, is it kind of damp where you are? Is it a little wet, or is it more or less dried out?
It is a little damp, Travis, and obviously there's quite a bit of humidity in the air with that rain earlier. That could definitely be causing the issues with the ball. I haven't talked to anyone about that. I'll try to find out for you and see if maybe the balls are a little bit damp. I know that I've seen guys with towels trying to dry them off. So it is humid out here, and that could be part of the reason.
All righty, Angela, you look dry, so stay dry down there.
Shocking that it's humid in Houston. I never would have expected it.
Well, we've got a good game, though. No question about it, and a lot of offense. So let's take a quick break. We'll break down the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex when we return here at the Berry Center. in the crowd. It's good.
Well, it helps when you got a great game.
Yeah. This place is fantastic looking.
And, dude, you were telling me it won't go till 11? I mean, it's still first quarter after an hour. Oh, good. Phoner E.J. Holland is at South Grand Prairie DeSoto. EJ is at South Grand Prairie DeSoto. Alan Coppell, I believe, is Greg Tepper. Yeah, I know. He probably just forgot to add himself in, or I forgot to put him on one or the other. I mean, we haven't had EJ in a while, so I'd like to bring him in, but Greg is the better interview. So, I mean, it's okay. Let's just do EJ then. And we have radio for Trinity Heritage, so we'll announce that off the top, and we'll cut in if it's good.
Hey, remember we...
Okay, sounds good.
We do have Cody Thomas from Colleyville Heritage footage, too, here, if it kind of makes sense to run it. I know you have highlights, but we have Cody Thomas footage, too, if that's what you were talking about.
Come on now.
He's the Heritage quarterback. You're showing a game highlight from tonight, right? Trinity and Heritage? Okay.
Oh, wait. I know what I did wrong, Jeff. Tepper is not at Alan Coppell. He's at Longview Mesquite, and I have that in the East Texas segment in a little ways. Okay, so we're all EJ this time.
Another touchdown? You kidding me? Oh, goodness.
Yep, another touchdown. Unbelievable. I've never seen...
And welcome to Fox Football Friday. It's the Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. We're here at the Berry Center, where it has been an offensive explosion with Cy Ranch and Langham Creek going back and forth, and some of the most crazy touchdowns we've already seen all year long. Jeff Power, Travis Stewart, Angela Heyman on the sidelines.
It's really like the defenses are playing with 10 men. I mean, that's really what it feels like, because every time a quarterback rolls out, there's a gap. Every time they drop back to throw,
major gap.
There's an open man. It's really
need a spy.
It's just
spy.
They really do need a middle linebacker spy. It's just great play calling. Let's go to the most recent touchdown now. It's Langham Creek who finds the end zone yet again. Connor Feast in the shotgun. It's a zone read, and he just turns the corner, beats the linebacker, gets a good block out there from number 2 on the Langham Creek side, and then Jeremiah Williams busted in off the left corner.
Yeah, it was Caleb Hobbs
touchdown
with that block right there. Hobbs and Jeremiah Williams taking it in, and wow, 35-27, Langham Creek leading Cy Ranch, and I think we just started the second quarter.
We're on track for 70 points in this game from Langham Creek.
All right, let's go to the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Some of the best football in the state resides up there in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Allen, the top team, and maybe DeSoto right there with them, huh?
A couple other ones we're tracking tonight on radio. We have Colleyville Heritage and Euless Trinity. We'll pipe that one in when we have a key moment this segment. But Allen is the top one, you're right. DeSoto comes in right behind him, though, and I don't think there's a lot of separation there. Allen on the ropes against Coppell, maybe? We'll see in just a second. South Lake Carroll at 2-1, their only loss coming at Allen. And then Dallas Skyline at 2-1, their only loss to Arlington Bowie.
And a team that's not on this list, who's definitely worth talking about, Euless Trinity at Colleyville Heritage. Great game tonight. I understand we have some early highlights of this one. Euless Trinity in the black or in the white right there, and this is a touchdown run right up the gut. So there is the Euless Trinity TD against Colleyville Heritage,
and that's a surprise because that's pretty good defense from Heritage. All right, let's check in at Allen and Coppell on the radio, see what's going on. Allen is on the 7-yard line.
You know, there's just not any room in the middle of that defense. And, you know, we've seen it all season, but this is the ultimate test of that interior line of the Coppell Cowboys, and they're rising to the occasion.
Yeah, Kerry, that time they got a little bit of a push, but linebacker O'Neal Mbakwe, he was right there in the middle to close that gap up.
Second down and 9. 2 receivers to the right side, 2 to the left, back to pass. Looking downfield, flushed out of the pocket. They tackle him from behind. And he's down at the 16-yard line, so give him about 4 yards there on the scramble. That's Kyler Murray. He can run.
Boy, Kerry, that was all Solomon Thomas.
All right, we'll check back in on this game a little bit later, but don't let your eyes deceive you there. Coppell does lead Allen 13-0 right now, so interesting game. We'll keep an eye on that one all night.
All right, let's check in at South Grand Prairie at DeSoto, where we have E.J. Holland, the Dallas sports extraordinaire, on the line. E.J., DeSoto up early 7-0. Is this South Grand Prairie team, in your opinion, good enough to run with this DeSoto team tonight?
Yeah, well, I watched South Grand Prairie in their opener against Arlington Lamar, and I always thought they were pretty good. So coming into this game, I knew they could give DeSoto a game, and they've played tough. I mean, they've been shutting down Dontre Wilson. They've been playing tough defense all night. DeSoto just scored right now for the first time with 3:30 left before halftime. So this high-powered offense isn't doing too much against South Grand Prairie. What they need to do is execute on offense. They haven't been able to move the ball against the DeSoto defense.
Now, EJ, you were a former lineman in the high school ranks. We know DeSoto's got a running back named Dontre Wilson. He's great, big gun, one of the fastest kids in Texas high school football, runs a 4.3. Who's faster, Dontre Wilson or you in a dune buggy? Which do you think would win in a 40-yard dash?
Dontre Wilson. I mean, he returned the punt. He returned the punt, and it was amazing. But there was a flag on the play. I mean, he's awesome. And I played defensive end, not lineman. So you know, I was still defensive lineman, but it was pretty fast.
Y'all are so particular about your line spots. Goodness gracious. Running backs and wide receivers is all we care about. Thanks, EJ. Have a good night tonight, bud. Enjoy.
Thanks, Ed.
Thanks, EJ, and good luck with the dune buggy, all right? So we checked in with Allen and Coppell, a game where Coppell leads 13-0. How about Dallas Skyline at Dallas Jesuit? Interesting game.
Recent rivalry, too. These two had not really met traditionally very often, but over the past couple years, they've seen each other a couple times, and Skyline has really won them all. They're out to a lead right now in a big reason to depth. Look at that one-sided affair. In 2011, Skyline won handily 54-7. They limited Jesuit star Jake Oliver to just 4 catches for 20 yards. 2010, a closer game, 43-24, and Oliver had a big night. That's the only 2 meetings ever between these two schools, and, I mean, you can see, obviously, when Skyline locks up Oliver, it's pretty tough for Jesuit to hang with them. But Jesuit's got a great tackle this year. They got a great linebacker this year. More talent than they have in years past. Now they have to translate it to a win against this just incredibly stacked Skyline team.
And how about the Super Bowl down there? Carter and Kimball. I always love this matchup.
Gotta love this one. Now, Carter's playing the best team it's seen all year, really, in Kimball. And we know Kimball lost to Lancaster, but that turns out to be a pretty good loss because Lancaster's also beaten John Tyler. But Kimball's a pretty good team. Running back Terrion Gibson, big old body in there, can bruise you up a little bit. I like Kimball, but so far it's not panning out for him. Carter defense playing pretty good ball right now.
Okay, so Angela's down on the sidelines here, and we've had a lot of scoring so far. Any surprises in this game for you in the early going with obviously the score itself?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's pretty tough to argue that you wouldn't be surprised that the quarterback for Cy Ranch, not Keith Ford, but the quarterback has 4 rushing touchdowns in a shootout game. You would think that would be Ford's forte all along, but so far the short yardage has belonged to Martin because of those rollouts.
Cole Martin, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, let's check in with Angela real quick, who has more. Angela?
Hey guys, well the Lobos lead 35-27, but Cy Ranch is driving right now. There's a timeout on the field. Cy Ranch has got about a minute to possibly get a scoring touchdown. We'll see if they can do it, and they're probably going to go for 2 to try to tie this ball game up going into halftime. We'll be back when Fox Football Friday returns from the Berry Center.
Thank you, Angela.
No, you did good.
Has to be set up.
You did good. When are we doing team behind the team now, Jeff, since we just passed it?
Okay. Hey, word to the wise, I know they're going to do some homecoming stuff here at halftime. I don't know if Angela wants to do anything with that, but that could be kind of fun. Okay.
How are we on time? We over, under, right about right? Oh, no. Mesquite is beating Longview 23-0 right now in the second quarter.
Ooh. Ooh. You're saying Longview got a little excited after their win last week? Forgot they had a game this week?
Well, Mesquite's really good. Okay. Muchas gracias. Yes, please.
Hey, what's up? Hope you're having a good day. And
Who is this?
Who we got?
we are in the studio with Rick Renner.
Oh, hello. There shouldn't be a phoner. Curious. All right, we're done.
Football Friday Blitz is presented by your Texas Ford dealers. It's the Built Ford Tough Truck event at your Texas Ford dealer. Enjoy huge savings on America's best-selling truck for 35 years running. Ford is the best in Texas. By Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. And by Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club. In spicy, home style, or grilled. Try one today.
And welcome back to the Berry Center, Fox Football Friday. We are here with an outstanding game so far, if you love offense, with Cy Ranch and Langham Creek doing battle here. And right now, Langham Creek leading this game. And I don't even want to give the scores. They've been just going back and forth nonstop.
I'm completely lost on scores. But I think this one was actually supposed to be a sellout tonight. So the crowd is getting treated to quite a gym. And we're kind of laughing and joking about how crazy this game has been. And it has. But, man, it's been a show to watch so far. It's been fun.
Yeah, it has. And we can't bring you the highlights live, but we bring them to you pretty much moments after they happen. All right, let's check in with our Academy Sports Break and Rick Renner with more up in the DFW. What's up, Rick?
John Michael Rosales in 4A.
What is this score?
Michael Richardson of Marble Falls, who put up the state's all-time single-game passing record with 215 yards. Liberty Hills, Jaden Boatwright. In 3A, 2A, Clint Leslie. 1A, Mr. Everything of defending state champ Stanford Hagen Hutchinson, who has a perfect 4.0 GPA.
Just lumps all the team into Houston.
In golf. And look at the name at the bottom of the screen. That's former San Antonio Spur David Robinson's kid who's going to Notre Dame. Hey, look out for the Harlandale Indians off to a 4-0 start Thursday all over the funky, cold Medina Valley. Here it is. And this is Weston Peck taking it 84 yards to the house. You're not going to catch him when he gets ahead of you. That made it 7-0. After that, they got a turnover, and then a bit later, Harlandale again back at it. It's Brandon Ramon. This is one of the better passes down there. He'll hook up to James Mendoza. Harlandale wins at 51-41. Indians are 5-0 in Waco. Midway doing it their way, making an impressive start in 5A. Xavier Haley, the X-Man, getting in there, made it 13-0 Midway. Then Ellison able to keep it close for the first half. But Kim Mulkey's kid, Kramer Robertson, getting it done, spinning into the end zone from 13 yards out. Panthers up 19-0. They win it 46-6 over Ellison in their 5A debut. Wichita Falls Riders off to a 3-1 start. First district game for them against Byron Nelson. Blake Clinton to Austin Flickinger, 71-yard hookup. And then later on, the story of the game, Dominic Thrasher, who was thrashing around for 102 yards and 3 scores, and they roll Riders. They win again, 50-14, the final there. Time now to bring in my partners in crime, the Fox Sports Southwest girls. They've been all over social media tonight, Kami and Liddy. What is the word tonight?
Well, we have some tweets for you. Actually, we've been getting a lot of tweets in tonight, so we're going to take a look at some of those right now. One of the ones I really thought was interesting, Katie Football tweeted at Liddy and I. They tweeted a picture of the trophy case. And actually, it looks like they're doing pretty well, and they have a 4-0 record, so clearly it's working. All right, tweet number 2 is from Michael Randall. He says, Lake Travis in Austin, Texas is the only school in Texas high school football history in any classification to win 5 state titles in a row. I actually had to check on that because I couldn't believe that. That's pretty cool.
That's right.
Our third tweet, and we have to give a shout-out to this gentleman, Wayne Beavers. He is one of our favorites. He's one of the sweetest gentlemen, and he's always tweeting nice things to us. So I think he's watching because by his tweet, he's looking forward to seeing the girls on Fox Sports Southwest. So, Wayne, if you're watching, I really appreciate all your kindness.
Are you sure he's not related to you guys or something?
I know, maybe. We're going to find out. It's like my dad or something, our uncle, brothers. Of course. Either way, we appreciate the support, Wayne. We love you either way. Keep sending us your photos because we love to see them. Videos, photos, Instagram, collages, anything.
That's right. Just go to foxsportssouthwest.com and follow the directions. You got to give us your permission to use them. We want to get you on the air. And also you can follow the Fox Sports Southwest Girls on Twitter and Facebook. Just search Fox Sports Southwest Girls. Time now to send it back out to the guys talking Northeast Texas. And for that, I give you Jeff and Travis. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Rick. Hey, I let the girls know, Lydia and Kami, that we're going to have a new documentary coming out here pretty soon, and they'll know everything they need to know about Lake Travis because it's the quest for greatness. And,
that's your documentary.
They have won 5 in a row. Better believe it. No other team has done that in the state of Texas. Let's go out to Northeast Texas, the regional top 5. Mount Pleasant. We're going to start with them. This is a team that they got a tough battle tonight against Atlanta.
Oh, they're really good offensively, but they kind of got put in their place a little bit by Kilgore last week, but that's okay because Kilgore's a really good defensive team, even if they are 3A. So Mount Pleasant at 3-1, Sulphur Springs right behind them at 2-2. We'll talk about their game with injury-riddled Corsicana in just a minute. Texas High at 1-2. New Boston, they're a 2A team, but they don't care. They're charging up over everyone in that area right now because they're playing such good football, 4-0. And then Paris is in at 1-3. A lot of these teams play tough non-district schedules, which is why you see some of these records looking a little, pockmarked, a little rough right now, but things will be good by the end of district play.
Okay, so Mount Pleasant is at Atlanta tonight, and tell you, this is a game you want to watch out for.
Well, Atlanta, they're a pretty good running team, but they've had a struggling start to the season. But like I said, they played so many tough teams. Mount Pleasant, they had their rough run-in against Kilgore last week, and their quarterback, Montravius James, 1,200 yards passing and 15 touchdowns so far after 4 games. That's really, Jeff, only 200 yards off what Kyle Pesky at Bernie Champion has thrown for. And he's almost set 2 state records so far. So that should go to show you just how good James has been offensively.
And Corsicana at Sulphur Springs. This is the DQ big game of the week. More with Neil Beasley later on that. But Sulphur Springs leading at 7-0.
Well, their offense is pretty good. And what they're seeing is a Corsicana team that's run into just a run of bad luck. They're having a hard time getting kids healthy, especially on the offensive side of the ball. And that's a bad way to play Sulphur Springs because Springs scores the ball so easily with all these kids that they seem to reload with every year. They just never rebuild. This year it's quarterback Brad Masick. They actually have 2 quarterbacks, but he's the one that's had the better numbers so far. Over 1,000 yards passing. Cole Hill, the wide receiver, 550 yards receiving. Willie Ivory, one of the Ivory brothers, he's got 224 yards receiving. Colton Wise, also at the wide receiver spot, 295 yards receiving, scoring 41 points per game in 2-2. So if you're scoring 41 points per game and you're 2-2, you know you've seen some pretty salty teams so far.
No rebuilding, only reloading. All right, Paris at Melissa.
Well, Melissa, remember, they won a state title last year, and really their big gun now is Marcus Ellis, their running back. They had a lot of kids that they relied on last year, but really he's kind of evolved into their big guy, and they go to him a lot. I think they'll beat Paris tonight, and I really think this team has a good chance to play deep in the playoffs again, even though they're now in 3A after moving up in realignment.
How about New Boston at Queen City? Look at this, New Boston up huge, 30-0, still in the first.
Sorry, Queen City. I mean, you're seeing the wrong team at the wrong time because I think New Boston's going to do that to pretty much anybody in 2A right now. They're just running over everybody. And every coach in that area, when we talked about New Boston, says, well, I mean, it's not a surprise. They've got kids like that every year. And really, this is their best start in a while, Jeff. I called it 4-0 because no one was expecting them to be quite this spectacularly good off to this undefeated start. So, right, like we said, 4-0 this year. The last 3 years, they were 3-1. But here's the funny thing. All 3 of those losses came by 1 point. So they were always just close. They're always a step away from getting to this level of recognition. Now they seem to be over the hump, which I think makes them probably one of the most, if not the most dangerous team in 2A right now.
All right. So great stuff right there out in Northeast Texas. And let's check in with Angela real quick, who has more on the game behind us. Angela?
Hey guys, well, Cy Ranch tied it up. It's now 35-35, but the Lobos got the ball back and they are driving already. They're down in the red zone. You're going to see this highlight. It's a 10-yard touchdown pass from Cole Martin to Bryce Johnson. Great pass. Here's the 10-yard pass right here to Bryce Johnson. Great play by Cole Martin. And now here's the 2-point conversion. So that's going to tie it up 35-35. Guess what? The Lobos just came back and scored. So now it's 41-35. I've been going back and forth deciding which coach I'm gonna grab. And now the Lobos just scored, so I'm going to see if I can catch Coach Todd Thompson. Here's the scoring play right here. I missed it. I have my back to the field, but it's now 41-35.
Oh, wow.
The Lobos are going to kick an extra point to try to go up 42-35. How much offense can this game get, right? It's unbelievable. There's been amazing offense in this game.
Can we take a look at that play one more time, guys? Because I wanted to see something on that touchdown throw from Connor Feast. This is the play guy coming out for me. You're going to see 2 routes on the left side of your screen. The far far left one pulls the top of the coverage over. When you do that, that post route's open all day. That's what Connor Feast was talking to us about when he was doing that piece with you in the pregame, breaking down plays, where he can diagnose what that coverage is going to be and find that open route in the middle. A lot of quarterbacks can do that, but he just does it so fast and on the fly, and the ball is so accurate. He doesn't have necessarily blow-away arm strength, but he's so cerebral. He's like a coach in the field, which is why they gave him those offensive coordinator duties for that 7-on-7, Jeff.
Wow, incredible. All right, Fox Football Friday will continue. We'll try to bring you some defense here in just a little bit. Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine with us, of course. We'll be right back with more. Hey, Lake Travis is in a rain delay.
Yeah, it's pouring in Central Texas.
All right, welcome back to Fox Football Friday. We're here at the Berry Center, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine, Cy Ranch, and Langham Creek, and it has been an offensive clinic so far in this one. And back and forth we go. We're still here in the second quarter, and we'll get you a scoring update here in just a moment.
All right, let's go down to Angela Heyman on the sidelines, who's got a Wendy's Check presentation, a special one for this school. Okay, we'll come back to that here in just a second as soon as they're ready for us down there. But, Jeff, this game has been incredible. We'll swing back and talk more about that. We'll go to the Permian Basin, where we've got a lot of good teams out there. We're tracking Midland and Odessa Permian on radio tonight. If we have a big hit for that game, we'll jump to it in this segment. But here's your regional top five, Jeff. Midland Lee actually coming in at the top spot because they have looked really the best, in my opinion. Odessa Permian 1-3 so far. Yikes. They're in the second spot. Midland in at third. Big Spring, we'll talk about them in just a minute. I know you love them. They're 4-0 at the fourth spot. Midland Christian, the private school team, but a title caliber private school team. They are in at 3-1 in the fifth spot.
So definitely some action we're watching up for that Midland at Odessa Permian game. And I tell you what, Mojo needs to get rolling right now. They're trailing 7-0 to Midland, but just that 1-3 start is kind of surprising.
Yeah, I mean, they're just struggling offensively. It's not that they don't have talent, which they do. They've got a good running back in Jory Wilson, a good quarterback in Jack Wilkins. That's very confusing. But the problem is just execution. They're hurting themselves with little mistakes and penalties, yada, yada. It's really setting them back. And against Midland, you just can't afford to do that because the Midland offense hasn't been great. So if you give them options to get ahead of you, that's what they're going to do. And right now, I believe quarterback Connor Beck is not in for Midland. I think he is out. They have a replacement in. So far, it appears that it's working, though. They're playing good football.
In the name of Gary Gaines, let's get it back, right? Lubbock Coronado at Midland Lee. Another interesting matchup in the Permian Basin. Lee up big.
You know what? When you draw up the X's and O's, sometimes it paints a clear picture, and this was one of those because Lubbock Coronado's run defense has struggled so far this year. I think they've given up over 1,000 yards running so far this season. And if there's one thing that Midland Lee does really well, it's run the football with Jason McAfee, their running back. Just a bad matchup for Coronado tonight.
How about Seminole at Big Spring? I know Tobin Tannehill just had an 85 55-yard touchdown run, and they're up 15-6 right now. Let's go ahead and take a listen in on some radio. Steer football out there. Big Spring leading 15-6.
Really working to get that penetration and get some pressure on Birch, the quarterback. So far, each possession as the game goes on and on and on, the defensive and offensive side for Big Spring has just gotten better and better as the crowd is really getting into it right here, trying to get a war hymn for the Big Spring Steers.
And we'll see if we can get Monty Montgomery on the Big Spring side to get an update on Tate Kennedy as he is on the training table. Robertson kicks off, and a high pooch kick fielded by the Upmen at the 22, 25 to the 30, and he's going to get driven back. Again, we apologize. The numbers for Seminole are...
All right, thanks to Greg Sherman and the broadcast there out in West Texas. And let's check in real quick with Angela, who's standing by with the coach of a wild game. Angela?
Hey, guys. I'm with Coach Thompson. Coach, Connor Fee's doing what he does best.
Yeah, he's playing well right now. Feels like a basketball game almost. We've got to get some stops on defense, work on that at halftime. But offensively, we're moving the ball and scoring right now. It's looking good.
Well, your defense did force a few fumbles. You have to be happy with that.
Oh, yeah. We've got some kids that make some plays. We'll make some corrections inside, and I feel like we'll play better in the second half.
Good luck in the second half, Coach. Thanks.
Thank you.
That was the Fred Loy Insurance quote at halftime.
Man, I tell you what, Coach Thompson doesn't look like a football coach. He looks like a CSI actor. Just very, very put together.
Polished.
I know, right? I guess I just insulted the entire high school coaching community, but that guy doesn't look like a coach to me. What can I say?
It's been a back and forth affair. This game, back and forth, have been going. All right, let's move with the Permian Basin. Alpine and Muleshoe. Alpine, that's way out in West. Oh, let's check. Yeah, Tobin Tannehill. Let's take that real quick. Interesting numbers.
You don't want to gloss over Big Spring's success so far this season, and here's their big offensive guns. It's Tobin Tannehill. Yes, that is the brother of Ryan Tannehill, the Miami Dolphins starter. 847 yards, 8 touchdowns passing. Very good rushing numbers as well for the early start to the season. Michael Olivia, the running back's been very good. Over 450 yards, 7 scores on the ground. And wide receiver Devin Roberson, only 2 touchdowns on the year, but almost 400 yards receiving. He's been spectacular so far, and if this offense keeps producing like that, you're going to see an 8-2 or 9-1 finish. They're going to be that good by the end of the year.
Yeah, they've got a big game coming up next week, I believe it is, against Abilene Wiley, 2 weeks from now. Muleshoe, though, right there with Alpine. Muleshoe up 20-0 right now.
Well, I was looking for a shootout here because Alpine's a pretty good offensive team. We'll talk about their quarterback in just a half a second. But Muleshoe's 20 points does not surprise me because they are really good on that side of the ball. Almost as good as they were when they won a title a couple years ago. Jeff, get this. They're averaging more than 520 yards per game. They're rolling offensively, but Alpine's strong too, and it's quarterback Evan Moore. That's a big reason why. 6'1", 190, a junior. Look at what he's done. 782 yards passing, 10 touchdowns, more than 200 yards rushing so far this year. As a sophomore, he threw for more than 2,000. As a freshman, he almost threw for 2,000. So this kid is death in taxes. He's had a great career so far, and he's not even a senior yet. A bright future for Evan Moore, bright future for Alpine.
Okay, Odessa at Abilene Cooper.
Yikes.
Cooper, they've got a great team this year.
Yeah, but it's the defense that I'm impressed with because it's been okay so far, but the goose egg right now for Odessa, that's the big one. That's what can make Abilene Cooper a dangerous playoff team.
All right, let's check back in with Angela down on the field. Angela?
Thanks, Jeff. Well, I am joined with Cy Ranch Building Principal Bob Hull. Principal Hull, Wendy's believes that success has to start with a good education, and they believe that it has to happen both on the field and in the classroom. And on behalf of Wendy's, I'd like to present this $500 check to Cy Ranch High School. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We'd like to thank Wendy's for their sponsorship and their support of all educational programs. And on behalf of the Cypress Ranch community, I graciously accept this donation. Thank you.
And this is a beautiful facility you guys get to play in. This has been a great game tonight. What do you think about this game?
The game's been very, very exciting. It's certainly a fan-friendly game. If you want to see some offense, then you need to be here. But we're excited. It's a good competitive game between two great schools.
And this facility is amazing. I mean, it's top-notch and obviously one of the best in Texas. It has to be awesome to get to play here almost every Friday night.
Yes, our kids are very fortunate, and our community did a great job several years ago to see the need to build an additional facility, and we're very, very proud of our facility here at the Berry Center.
Well, thank you very much. Congratulations on the check, and congratulations on a great game tonight.
Thank you.
Back to you, Jeff and Travis.
Okay, Angela, appreciate that. And I got a chance to see Pridgeon Stadium last night. That's a good-looking facility as well. They have new artificial surface. It's that Astro Play that looks really nice, and the players love it.
You know, Cy-Fair ISD is also unique because I think a lot of areas, when you open a lot of high schools, and Cy-Fair ISD's got 10 of them, sometimes you say that, oh, it waters down the talent because you dilute kids out across a bunch of schools. I really don't think that's been the case here. There's still been a lot of really good players at almost all the Cy-Fair ISD schools. In some ways, it's kind of a working model for how to be a big ISD, a big suburban ISD with facilities like the Berry Center, with facilities like Pridgeon, and with the talented teams they put on the field every year.
Yeah, and the Berry Center here, it's not just football. Basketball right over here. You might have seen us on the side by the end zone. It's just great. Great-looking place. Okay, Fox Football Friday continues from here in Cypress. We'll be right back with more.
What are we doing before Heritage Trinity? I missed that one thing.
Heritage Trinity's first.
Okay, that's the first.
Billboards on camera, Heritage Trinity, then Klein Oak, Klein Collins. And
when are we doing Wendy's Keys to the Game?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's what I missed. I'm going to push through that really quick because I'd much rather get to the highlights. Woo, we are sweating. I can smell one of us, and it ain't good. I'm going to go ahead and blame myself, most likely. Yeah? How about that? But you know what? It looks good.
I could go for a cup of coffee out here on the set.
You are not being serious.
Football Friday Blitz is presented by your Texas Ford dealers. It's the Built Ford Tough Truck event at your Texas Ford dealer. Enjoy huge savings on America's best-selling truck for 35 years running. Ford is the best in Texas. By Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. And by Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club. In spicy, home style, or grilled. Try one today.
All right, take a look at the Wendy's Keys to the Game. You can more or less throw them out the window tonight with this kind of a shootout. But Keith Ford, the Ford factor for Cy Ranch, has been good, but he's been outdueled by the Feist factor. Connor Feist for Langham Creek's been sharp, especially throwing that football. One defensive stop. Yeah, right. We haven't seen any of those so far. Seen a lot of fumbles, but so far they've just been turned into more and more points. Ranch's ball control hadn't happened either. So far, it's really just whoever scores more points. That's the real key to the game right now, I can tell you that.
We might get to 100 tonight. All right, the DFW area. We've got Colleyville Heritage taking on Euless Trinity. Some highlights. Let's roll them. What do you say?
All right, Colleyville Heritage is actually in the black. That's quarterback Cody Thomas. Boom, downfield. Got a man on the deep route. Trinity tries to strip it out. No good. That was right before the half. But Trinity added in some points of their own at 17-7. You never want to be down by 10 to Trinity, Jeff.
Yeah, Cody Thomas headed to OU. Klein Oak and Collins. Let's check in on this game. 28-7, as you saw a quick little score there, as Collins leading Klein Oak. And I'm kind of a bit surprised by this score.
I can't say I am right now because the Klein Oak defense, again, it's just struggled so far this year, and Klein Collins has really exacerbated it so far tonight. 28-7. It's going to be tough for Oak to get back into this one.
All right, how about Fort Bend Travis and Hightower? Some other highlights here from the greater Houston area rolling in. And let's see, Travis with the ball right here. They've got a great basketball team, but they can get it done on the football field
nice
as
move.
well. Yeah, look at the move right there. In for the touchdown. And this has been kind of a back-and-forth affair all night long as well. These two teams.
Oh, no.
Yep, the loose ball. You got to watch out. Those special. Oh, hey!
That's going to be intentional grounding in the end zone. Yeah.
So back and forth this one would go, and it is 24-6 right now. Travis leading Hightower, and to say the least, that's been a little bit surprising. All right, how about Klein Oak and Klein Collins? Back to these highlights. Here's Oak with the ball.
And that is the Collins defense pursuing a big bomb there from Oak and picked off by Klein Collins. If there's one thing they seem to have every year, Jeff, it's safeties and corners. They grow on trees for Klein Collins, but it's still a great interception. Klein Collins back on offense, they would score. That makes it 28-7. Klein Oak in a big hole early on.
And I did want to mention real quick that one play you saw was actually a safety. An intentional grounding was called in the end zone. So the Travis defense got the 2 points, and it was Hightower, that bounced back, though. But it's 24-6 right now. That game just going back and forth. Okay, let's go down to the Panhandle, or up to the Panhandle, we should say. Some great football there. Amarillo has been one of the surprise teams, as is Canyon Randall.
Man, I like Amarillo a lot. I mean, I know they lost earlier to Wichita Falls Rider, but they beat a really good Wolf Friendship team last week. That's Friendship's only loss. You can see them there in the third spot. But Canyon Randall, heck, they're playing great football, 4-0. They're in the second spot in the Panhandle, in my mind. Paladuro comes in at number 3. They got a big game tonight against Friendship. We'll bring in George Watson on the phone to tell us a little bit about that one in a minute. And then Canyon at 4-0. Look at Canyon Randall and Canyon, both in the top 5. Great year for Canyon ISD.
All right, let's check in with Paladuro. George Watson on the phone right now. Let's listen in. Paladuro up 21-2.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good. How you doing, George? Tell us about the game so far. What have you seen? This is a bit of a surprise. We see Wolfworth Friendship may have just scored here.
No, well, actually, Paladuro's got the ball on it. It's been kind of a sloppy game. It's been a real, game that nobody's gotten into rhythm. The difference is Paladuro's hit 3 big passes for touchdown. They've hit 2 to Charleston White, 1 for 50 and 1 for 76. And then they've hit 1 to Montreal Meander for 79 yards. And that's really been all of Paladuro's scoring right now. It's 21-10 with about 2.5 minutes left until halftime. But Paladuro's inside the Friendship red zone, but they keep going back and forth with personal fouls and holdings and penalties and such, that it's been kind of a sloppy game, and really the weather has had nothing to do with it. So it's just been a really bad.
All right, George, I got 2 quick questions for you. We'll go through them one at a time. We'll go quick. First of all, I'm dying to know, I think Amarillo is the best team in the Panhandle. Is that true, or is there another team out there I'm forgetting?
I would probably put Amarillo as the best team in the Panhandle right now. I think that's probably safe to say. You look at what they've done and who they've played and their schedule and stuff like that. I would definitely agree that Paladuro is probably the best team in the Panhandle right now.
All right, one more quick question. Friendship has struggled this year offensively several times, especially against Amarillo. Is this a correctable flaw or a fatal one for this talented Friendship team?
I think it's correctable. I think one thing you have to look at is the talent or the teams that they've played. I mean, they've played played Amarillo High, and that's their only loss on the year. They've beaten Odessa Permian. They've beaten a couple of teams out of El Paso. So I don't think it's anything that's going to hold them back in district right now. I think the thing that they've got to worry about is just finding some consistency on offense. And I think once they find that, they'll be all right.
All righty, George, we do appreciate it. 21-10, Paladuro leading right now over Wolfworth Friendship. Good job.
Nothing makes the Panhandle complicated landscape more elementary than our dear Watson. He is very good. Thank you, George.
All right, let's continue out here in the Panhandle. Lubbock Monterey up now 27-20 over Amarillo Caprock. There you go. Pretty
this
big
is a
upset
good
there.
one.
Yeah.
Now, Caprock lost last week to Plainview, but it was also their 3rd consecutive road game. So they finally get to come home tonight in front of a friendly crowd. But Lubbock Monterey is a pounding team. They hit you hard with that run game. Let's take a look at some of their key guys. They've rushed for more than 1,100 yards this year compared to just 373 in the passing game. It's Jacob Bartholomew, Bartholomew. Gosh, I mess that up every time. 496 yards and 6 touchdowns rushing. Wes Benton, that's a much easier one. 375 yards and 2 touchdowns on the ground. Byron Parker, 237 and 2. So no matter which way you slice the bread, you're going to have a running back right in your face when you play Monterey. It's a good team, but Caprock's got an explosive passing game. They can still catch up and win this one.
Bartholomew?
Oh, yeah, you're just showing off is what you're doing. Let's go to Littlefield at Darhart, where Jeff won't have a snarky comment alongside of it. Darhart up 7-0 right now. But I really like Littlefield's ground game, and it's because of Cruzito Lovato, their 240-pound junior. Now, everyone was talking about the young kid at Littlefield to start the year, but you know what? Everyone keyed in on that young kid, and that really opened up space for Lovato to play great football. If they can keep pounding away from him and not fall further behind where they can't use the run game to catch back up, I think Littlefield's got a great chance to win.
So Dalhart leading 7-0. Idalou trailing Shallow Water 7-3 in the third quarter.
Okay, now here's an oddity for you. Ready for a statistical anomaly? Shallow Water led the first half in total offense 171 yards to 41. They outgained them by 130 yards, and it's a 4-point game because that's how good a defense Idalou plays. Eventually, though, it will be tough to keep Shallow Water in check. They have what's believed to be the state's leading rusher right now in Jarek Black, who has 1,200 rushing yards so far in the season. That's ridiculous.
So we talked about how good Amarillo is. Well, look at this. They play Stephenville tomorrow. We'll find out real quick how good they are.
Stephenville's a way of doing that to you.
And Stephenville, they may be 3A, but let's give them. They're right there amongst the 4A school. They're right just below the 4A level.
There's a lot of 5A teams they could beat. Let's be real about it. I mean, that's the honest truth because they're so talented offensively with quarterback Tyler Jones, wide receiver Bryce Gunter. But I still like Amarillo's run game. They just have to control the pace of this game and keep Stephenville from breaking those big ones downfield. They got a great chance to go on and win.
Okay. All right. So Lubbock Estacado running back Robert Johnson done for the season.
Man, injury killer. That's really one of the first big season-ending injuries we had all year. Bivens Caraway, the quarterback for Longview, was the first really big one. This one's of that ilk because the kid's so talented and the offense needs him so badly. I mean, he's a 2,000-yard rusher in his sleep right now. So taking him out of the lineup really sets them back. Here's some of the other big guys that Estacado needs to step up to fill the void. It really starts with Jalen Tennyson, their quarterback, who's had a great season so far, both throwing and rushing, but there's a lot of pressure on him now. Tamari Terry, their running back, their other one that is going to have to step up and play good football. And then T.C. Courtney, their wide receiver. When you lose your big running back and the team doubles down against the run and try and make you throw the ball all the time because you're missing your big gun in the ground game, that's where T.C. Courtney has to be a big guy. Before they lost Robert Johnson, they were the second best 3A offense in the area. They're going to be hard-pressed to keep that number intact.
All right. We are through with the Panhandle. Coming up next will be the Golden Triangle. And, hey, it's homecoming night. Did we not tell you? Yeah, Cy Ranch homecoming. And great to see the kids out there having a good time, all dressed up and looking nice. Fox Football Friday will continue right here. We'll break down that Golden Triangle in just a moment. And welcome back to Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. It is homecoming, and Langham Creek is taking on Cy Ranch. And right now, Cypress Ranch trailing Langham Creek 42-35 here at halftime.
Jeff, were you homecoming king?
I was not.
I wasn't either. Bummer, huh?
Yeah, but my sister's out in the stands tonight.
Was she homecoming queen?
Her daughter goes to school here.
Oh, really? Is she in the,
she's
in the court?
Yeah.
Hey, good for her. Congratulations. Better than we did.
Lindsay Zeiler, congratulations. And her brother Zach Zeiler, who watches out in Lubbock.
Oh, man, you threw him under the bus in a heartbeat.
Hey, Rick Renner was a homecoming king, though.
Are you serious?
Yeah, but the crown wouldn't quite fit.
Oh, no.
Rick Renner. Let's do the Academy Sports Desk right now. Rick, back at you. How you doing, man? Hello, Rick. Maybe he didn't like my joke. Oh. Okay. I didn't think he heard me.
Done in the first quarter in all of their games this year, and we're going to try to get Matt Wixon back in just a moment. But here's the funny thing: they only had 4 offensive plays in the entire first quarter. So Allen not getting it done against Coppell, and also Allen has lost their starting running back in this game. They don't have their big lineman who's going to Northwestern State. Well, with that, we'll try to get Matt Wixon in just a moment. But for now, let's kick it over to the girls, the Fox Sports Southwest girls. Kami and Liddy hanging out with me. What's going on in the world of Twitter right now?
Well, actually, speaking of homecoming, I think Jeff and Travis are listening to us in the studio because that is our entire segment right now is about homecoming. With homecoming comes football, and that is what we're about to talk about. I cannot believe it's homecoming already. That was my favorite time of the year in high school was homecoming. The floats and the bows, and my mom would always make me the biggest. Some of these are amazing. I think they're getting bigger with every year. Oh, mine was about half the size of that when I was in high school. That's going to have to take like a next bag, I think.
It's a dress.
That has to weigh at least 20 pounds. This one we were saying is our favorite. We love it. It's so colorful. There's like if her date designed that, I give him major props because that is pretty impressive. The pink flowers and that's so cool. Well, keep sending us your photos and, of course, tweet at us at FSSW_girls if we want to hear from you.
All right, thanks, girls. Appreciate it. All right, right now let's get to Matt Wixon, who's on the phone. He's at the Allen Coppell game. Matt, what's going on with that game right now?
Well, it's probably something nobody expected from the start. Coppell just totally dominated about 3/4 of the first half. In fact, Coppell had about 200 yards of offense before Allen had a first down. And yet we're here at halftime, and it's Coppell 13, Allen 7, because although Allen didn't get a first down until about 4 minutes left in the half, that first down came as part of a touchdown drive just before the half. So they're in it, but, boy, it's been really impressive the way Coppell's defense has kind of pushed around Allen, and kind of likewise with Coppell's offense has been pushing through the Allen defense, which I certainly thought very highly of coming into this game.
Pretty crazy to think about Coppell. They didn't even make the playoffs last year. They got a chance to start out of the gates at 5-0. Wanted to ask
I just sent Leander Cedar Park highlights.
Colleyville Heritage 17-7 in the second quarter. I got to ask you, what is it about Euless Trinity that Colleyville Heritage can never beat?
Well, I think, some people could say it's kind of a mental block that Heritage kind of doesn't have the confidence to
Cedar Park's up 6-0 at halftime.
Last year Heritage took Trinity to overtime, but I think it's more of a more simple thing, really, that Heritage has a tough time competing in the trenches with Trinity, and that's nothing new. Trinity kind of overpowers everybody in the trenches, but it certainly seems to definitely be the case every year when Heritage comes into this game. Trinity can control the ball with their offense, grind down the clock, and take away the opportunities for the Heritage offense. Of course, Heritage has quarterback Cody Thomas, who's committed to Oklahoma, so the best defense against that is to keep him off the field, and that's what Trinity's doing, it looks like. Up 17-7. That's the way they control the game, and Trinity is really tough to beat. They shorten the game that way and make every possession really tough for the opponent.
Thank you, Matt. That's Matt Wixon. Check him out at Sports Day HS. Wanted to mention Homer Bailey of LaGrange, Texas, throws a no-hitter tonight as the Reds beat the Pirates 1-0. It's the 7th no-no this year in the Bigs, tying a record. Bailey was 41-4 with a .98 ERA at LaGrange High School, 2 strikeouts per inning. Right now, let's talk Golden Triangle with 2 guys who are usually lost in the Bermuda Triangle. Jeff Power, Travis Cruz, take it away.
Rick, that was good. Very good.
We're pitching our own no-hitter here. I'm pleased with our performance tonight.
Yeah, hey, congratulations to Homer Bailey out of LaGrange. That's cool. Port Arthur Memorial, 4-0 this year, and probably the top team in the Golden Triangle, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, but the 2 right behind them are pretty salty. That's Nederland and Vider. They play tonight. That is a game we are tracking on radio. We will bring you an update for that one if we've got a good hit point in this break, but they're probably in halftime right about now. West Orange Stark is at 4-0. They're in the 4th spot. Beaumont Ozan, they are definitely in halftime against Beaumont Central, and that one is not close. We'll talk about that score in just a minute.
So Nederland at Vider. This is the game we were talking about. Interesting matchup right now. 7-0 Nederland by 7 in the 3rd quarter.
Have you noticed that this game apparently sucked the offense out of the rest of the state, the one we have behind us? No one else can score the football right now. 7-0. We have Francis Schrader joining us right now on the phone. Francis, 7-0 right now Nederland. Is this an instance, and I love this question, of great defense or just a couple offenses still a little confused on what's going on? Oh, we'll get back to him in just a second.
And interestingly enough, we almost have the same question here because it's 42-35 here in case you're just joining us. Langham Creek leading Cy Ranch. But back and forth offense here, but defense around the rest of the state. And with Nederland playing Vider tonight, an interesting game. Vider just scored, in fact. It's now 7-6. So tell us about what just happened. Looks like Vider just got on the board with a touchdown.
Absolutely. I'm Francis Schrader. What had happened is Thomas Novak on the 2nd play of the 3rd quarter went over left side and ran 74 yards untouched in the end zone. The extra point failed, so Nederland leads 7-6 here at Ivan Stokes Stadium.
Now, Francis, we know Vider throws the ball once every harvest moon. Have you seen them throw the ball tonight, or is it just all running as they typically do?
Really, the Vider Pirates threw only for 15 yards in the first half. The quarterback, Montana Carante, ran for 76 yards. But it's a close game, 7-6 here in Vider, Texas.
All right, Francis Schrader, we do appreciate it. 7-6, Nederland leading Vider. We'll check back in just a bit. Thank you, Francis. Now, Hampshire Finette at West Orange Stark, and interesting game. And right now, West Orange Stark, more defense, 3-0 right now in the 2nd quarter.
I'm telling you, this game we're at is like a vortex for offense everywhere else. It just keeps pulling it away from everyone. But Hampshire Finette is a team that has impressed me so far this season, and holding West Orange Stark to 3 right now in the first half and playing them close, I think proves it more than anything else. The tough part's just going to be scoring, since West Orange Stark has just allowed 20 points in 4 games. But look at what Hampshire Finette has done over the past couple years. In 2007, they were pretty good, 5-5. Started to slip a little bit. 2009, they bottomed out 0-10. I'll explain that in a minute. 1-9, then 2-8, and now all of a sudden playing great football this year. I call this bottoming out because sometimes that's what a high school program needs, where it's playing great football, or at least good football, then it starts to slip. You got to let them bottom out a little bit, let everyone rebuild, start the structure again, get some new players in there, get your new crop of juniors and seniors in, and things improve. It kind of proves that I think high school football, more than anything else, is cyclical. Teams go up and down. Areas go up and down. ISDs go up and down. You just got to ride out those bottoms and wait for the tops of it, and that's what Hampshire Finette's done, playing good football this year.
Okay, Port Arthur Memorial at Deer Park right now. Memorial up 28-7.
And speaking of high points, Port Arthur Memorial is one of them right now because they were great last year. Then they graduated a ton in the offseason. We weren't sure what they were going to look like, but quarterback Ricky Fisk, this dual-threat kid who's throwing and running the ball really well, he's really helped their offense take great strides, and that's why you can see they're ahead of Deer Park. It's a slight down year for Deer Park. The Port Arthur Memorial, maybe not quite as good as they were last year with Terrence Singleton and all that group that was so good, but they're still pretty talented.
Beaumont Ozan at Westbrook. We're going to get a chance to see Westbrook later this year, but right now Ozan up 14-7.
Well, Ozan went on a scoring flurry right before the half, and this one went to the break 27-7. Ozan over Beaumont Central, and it's that quarterback Jordan Ozan, so talented. Jacoby Jones, their running back's very talented as well. No matter which way you look offensively in the backfield, they can beat you pretty easily. So it's a tough game for Central. I think Ozan's probably going to go on and win and shake off that slightly rough start, that 1-2 start they had to the year.
And Little Cypress Mauriceville at Livingston right now, all tied at 14 in the 2nd quarter.
Livingston's showing a little bit of fight because it's been a really tough start to the year for them. They're playing under expectations, and I think they're frustrated by it, taking out a little bit of that frustration on Little Cypress Mauriceville. But the LCM team is getting a little better every week after their season opening loss to West Orange Stark. I think they may be about to turn the corner.
All right, let's check in with Angela right now, who is going to be standing by with the head coach. And in case you're just joining us, it's 42-35. Langham Creek is leading Cy Ranch. Lots of highlights. Been an amazing game. Here's Angela with more down on the field. Angela?
Thanks, guys. Well, I'm joined with head coach Gene Johnson. Coach, your team tied it up right before halftime. The Lobos came back and scored, but you've got to be happy with the way that they did come back offensively.
Yeah, I was proud of the kids for fighting back, putting the score on there. Like to have come out of that without them getting the score there with the time, no time left on the clock. But we're going to keep battling and keep fighting.
And Cole Martin is performing really well. I mean, he's doing it all. He's running for touchdowns, passing for touchdowns. You've got to be happy with his performance in the first half.
Really, Cole stepped up, made some good throws, and then made some good decisions when nobody was open and tucked the ball down and run.
What'd you say to your team in halftime?
Well, we've got to try to stop them. That's pretty obvious. And their quarterback is really good. We've got to try to make him move his feet a little bit, maybe try to put a little pressure on him because he's going to have a heyday back there sitting up, and we got to go get him a little bit.
Well, thank you very much. Good luck in the second half, Coach.
Thank you.
All right, Angela, thank you very much. And Gene Johnson, he's got to find a way to stop him. That's the understatement right now. 42-35, Langham Creek on top. But, hey, let's take a quick break. Homecoming night, the king and queen being crowned. A lot going on here at Cy Ranch. We'll be right back with more Fox Football Friday. Tell me we didn't get another touchdown.
I don't know.
Someone just returned it all the way down the field.
Angela, can you hear us? Sportsy. Sportsy. Whatever. Hey.
Okay, you want me to go over the scoring play? I saw it. Yes,
Yeah.
They just ran the kickoff back.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. 49-35.
Wow.
Ooh, I don't know.
No idea. No idea.
We can't even see the scoreboard. I've been guessing all night on the score.
This is unbelievable.
I mean, Gene Johnson's telling us he's got to stop him, and they're scoring while he's talking. 100 yards? Nice. Who did it?
Unbelievable. He's down at the goal line? Goal line to goal line. I'm sorry.
Yeah, 100 yards.
Unbelievable.
What's the number, just out of curiosity, for Langham Creek who scored?
Wait, was it Langham Creek or Cy Ranch?
I think it was Langham Creek, what?
No, I think it would be Cy Ranch, wouldn't it? I thought Langham Creek fumbled their opening drive.
We're in a commercial, but in a minute, just from way back there, we're going to be on in a second.
Jeff, who scored the touchdown?
Who scored the touchdown? Was it Cy Ranch? Not me.
Ooh, easy, big guy.
Well, it's a long drive.
Man, Angela, I tell you what, we're next to it, not in it like you are.
No,
Thank
it's
you.
been loud.
We're next to it. It is deafening right next to them. It is loud. I mean, it's like a college game over there.
42-all. It's been a great game. And
Yes, it
Keith
has.
Ford, how about that move right there when he knocked the player over and just kept on going?
I mean, that's why he's going
100
to
yards.
Oklahoma. As he's leaning in, I mean, it's just Oklahoma drops him and keeps running. I mean, that's a kid that talented
Put
can
the
make
OU
those plays.
stamp on him. Huh? All right, the Central Syntax area, as we like to call it. This is kind of the Waco, College Station, Temple, Copperas Cove, Belton area. That kind of pretty much takes care
It's
of
a
it all,
big
doesn't
area.
it?
Let's just. We are tracking Lufkin at A&M Consolidated tonight. A&M Consolidated, your top team. We'll bring a radio hit for you if we've got a good moment in that game during this segment. They are number one after the win over Lake Travis last week that snapped a 25-game winning streak that included a state title. Hewitt Midway also in the mix, 3-0 on the season. Temple is at 2-1. Copperas Cove 2-1. Belton 3-0. And I have to admit, the one in A&M Consolidated's record, they lost to Midway. So it's odd that we would rank them ahead, but sometimes when a team does something exceptional, I will make an exception and put them ahead. And I think A&M Consolidated's win over Lake Travis may actually supersede a head-to-head loss to Hewitt Midway, as odd as that sounds.
All right, well, so Lufkin is trailing A&M Consolidated 20-10 in the third quarter, and we've been very impressed with A&M Consolidated this year. We've had them on the show almost every week, and outside of that first loss, they've been lights out since.
Yeah, look, here's the problem. Secret's out now. I mean, once you beat Lake Travis, everyone's going to be looking for you. I mean, as we said, so suddenly serious. It's been kind of an overnight sensation with quarterback Jalen Cheshire, running back Xavier Jones, wide receiver Josh Stewart, wide receiver Derek Dick, and their head coach David Raffield used to be at Cy Falls. He was pretty good when he was at Cy Falls, so it was only a matter of time before this offense all clicked and came together, and they've done it so far. It's been a really, really sharp showing for them early on, especially after the loss to Midway. Watch out come playoff time. They're good.
How about Killeen at Copperas Cove? Right now, Copperas Cove up 23-7. They've got some bite in them, the Dogs do.
Well, this is obviously not where Killeen wanted to be, and it's actually a little surprising because if there's one thing that Killeen does with regularity, it's play close football games. They do it almost all the time. Look at just this season alone. Killeen over Stony Point, 42-41. That was last week. 3 weeks ago, 23-17 over Vandegrift. Week 0, 33-28 over Canyon. Everything's a nail-biter. Even their last game of the 2011 season was 32-24, a one-possession game. They've already played more one-possession games this year, Jeff, than they did all of last season, and they played several rounds deep into the playoffs. So if you can expect one thing out of Killeen every week is that the Kangaroos are going to give you a quasi-heart attack. They just never blow anyone out, and they never get blown out. They just hang tough.
All right, Alvarado at Waco Connolly right now, 7-7 in the third. And I want to mention also a lot of rain in this area. There's been some games that have been delayed. I know Lake Travis's game tonight's been delayed.
Yep.
So rain playing a factor in case you're wondering why these scores are kind of low.
Maybe that could be a very good case. I think in Alvarado's case, they're still looking to excise a few demons because they had a big brawl last week with China Spring. Didn't look good, an ugly scene. I think they're trying to repair some things out there, get some kids' heads on straight, coaches' heads on straight. If they can beat Connolly tonight, that'd be a good step in that right direction for them.
Waco La Vega at Gatesville, and La Vega coming off that sensational run last year, up 20-14 right now.
You know, after Waco La Vega lost last week, a lot of people said they were going to come out mad and just smash this Gatesville team. I wasn't so sure about that because I think Gatesville is actually pretty good with their running back Jake Key, who can really do some damage to you. I think Gatesville's going to hang tough in here. I don't know if they're going to win, but I bet you they make it pretty close.
Lago Vista at Troy, and I like what I've seen out of Lago Vista the last few years. Always a great defense. They really run the ball well, taking on a good Troy team. I remember when Troy named the whole town after Troy Aikman. Remember that?
I think Lago Vista was up in this one 27-7 earlier, but I have to double check that one before we actually put it on the scoreboard. I'll keep looking as we go, but Lago Vista, a very good defense, especially in the front four, that defensive line area. Really talented. They win tonight. It's just one more key district win in what, honestly, Jeff, may be the deepest and most difficult district pound for pound in the entire state of Texas.
Hey, let's get a highlight. Let's go up to the Dallas-Fort Worth area where Trinity and Colleyville Heritage are doing battle. And this game has been an interesting affair tonight. Of course, Trinity, a tough schedule, but Euless Trinity up right now 17-10. They were playing out of state in the early portion of the season. In fact, the loss earlier in the year out Bellevue up in the Washington area. But they're back on track now, looking pretty good and moving the ball on the ground quite well. You see the ground there, pretty wet. A lot of areas around the state of Texas did get a lot of rain today, and it's always good to see when we've been through some of these droughts.
Well, I'd be really interested to see if Colleyville Heritage offense can get him back in this game in the last two quarters, Jeff.
Okay, we'll take a quick break. Fox Football Friday will return here at the Berry Center in just a moment. It is 42-all. Lincoln Creek and Cy Ranch. Back with more.
Can we pipe him in, make sure he can hear us?
I can hear you.
Tep, can you hear us, buddy?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We're just doing a test. We'll catch you in a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
Hugs and kisses.
Football Friday Blitz is presented by your Texas Ford dealers. It's the Built Ford Tough Truck event at your Texas Ford dealer. Enjoy huge savings on America's best-selling truck for 35 years running. Ford is the best in Texas. By Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. And by Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club. In spicy, home style, or grilled. Try one today.
Alrighty, welcome back to Fox Football Friday. It's the Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. Jeff Power and Travis Stewart joining you from here at the Berry Center. Let's go down to the Hill Country real quick and got some highlights for you. This is Leander and Cedar Park. Talked about the importance of this game. Well, 6-0 Cedar Park at the half. Leander has been stuck inside their own 20-yard line in the midst of the game. Nate Grimm connects on a 2-yard pass to get the Wolves in the red zone. Then it's Michael Wilson for the Cedar Park touchdown coming up right here. And he's into the end zone. It was 6-0. They missed the extra point. Caleb Woodward, though, is going to get picked off. But Cedar Park's offense would stall. And this game has just been kind of back and forth. A lot of defense. Good pick right there, though. No doubt about it. And late second quarter, Nate Grimm to Chris Hutchins, but then Grimm with a pass in the end zone will be dropped, and they would miss a field goal late. So it's been one of those kind of games, some missed opportunities for these teams, but I think Cedar Park's got to feel pretty good about being ahead right now over Leander, who's undefeated in the #1 team in our Central Texas area in the Hill Country.
We've actually had a little bit of scoring in this one. We'll give you the actual score for that one here in just a second. Go on Lake Travis, Jeff?
Yeah, Lake Travis. They are doing battle with Austin High. They've had a bit of a weather delay there, but interesting game. Look at Lake Travis sporting some different uniforms. Again, they've got about 30 uniforms over there, I think. But there they are at Cavalier ISD Stadium. Good-looking field. The new artificial surface this year, moving the ball up and down the field. Baker Mayfield at quarterback. He gets sacked here on this play as the Austin High Maroons trying to take it to Leander. Here's the weather delay I was talking about. Got the umbrellas out. It was raining pretty hard, but they're back out on the field. They're playing again, and Austin High trying to hang with Lake Travis, but the Cavaliers' defense is underrated at times, and it'd be interesting to see how this game fares down the stretch. But what do you think, man? Lake Travis, those uniforms, pretty sharp, huh?
I like them. They just need to start winning in them, because that's the biggest thing for them right now is to start winning some ball games. That rain delay means this one's way behind some of the other ones going on tonight. We'll be running with that one all night. By the way, the updated score for Leander Cedar Park, all of a sudden a flurry of scoring after an early defensive run. Cedar Park right now up 14-7 over Leander.
Okay. All right, let's go out to East Texas and talk about some of the top teams there. John Tyler, we'll get started with them. Them in Longview, of course, off to pretty good starts this year.
No doubt, and Longview is a game we're tracking on radio tonight on KEOM 88.5. We have a big hit for that. We'll jump in sometime during this segment. But John Tyler's your best team in East Texas. It's tough to argue that they're not, even though they're 3-1. Longview at 3-1. White House at 4-0, and they're playing Carthage tonight, which is a pretty good team themselves. Kilgore in at 3-0, and Hallsville in at 3-1. Carthage should be in that top 5 too, really. It's just all so tightly packed in there. Tough to meet those teams out until they actually play each other.
And some of the best lower classification football in the state of Texas out in East Texas. Now Longview at Mesquite. Let's check in now with Greg Tepper. 23-0 Mesquite leading. Tell us what is going on out there, Greg.
Actually make that 26-0.
Oh.
Mesquite has just kicked another field goal. And the story of this game has been Longview turnovers. Fumbled, get this, 5 times in the first half. Basically handing Mesquite, as many points as they want, although give the Mesquite quarterback Alex Cooper some credit. He has been fantastic so far. 13 of 19 and a touchdown to go along with 19 yards on the ground. But, ultimately the bottom line is that that Mesquite's defense is flying around, forcing turnovers, and I've been very impressed with these defensive ends of theirs. Joseph Holmes and Javon Jones. Longview, if you remember, they do this kind of zone blocking scheme where they kind of leave the backside defensive end unblocked. I'm telling you what, they have been well coached, these Mesquite defensive ends, because they are crashing hard on Torrey Wright, the Longview running back, and they have nowhere to go. It's been really, really impressive to see Mesquite's defense play as well.
All right, Greg, like my mom once told me, life is like young quarterbacks. You never know what you're going to get. That's kind of what Longview's going through right now with those young kids under center. But real quick, how good is the experienced quarterback out there, Alex Cooper, for Mesquite?
I tell you what, he's very sharp. I don't think there's anything out in his game that's going to blow you away. There's nothing that makes you say, wow, that's just a really, really impressive athletic play. But at the same time, he puts the throws on the money. He's got a very pretty deep ball. He already threw a 49-yard touchdown pass to Rashard Higgins to really break this game open. But I tell you what, Alex Cooper can make all the throws. And when you're Robbie Robinson, the coach of Mesquite, that's really all you need.
All right, Greg Tepper, we do appreciate it. Good job out there. And Longview, 5 fumbles in the first half, as Greg said. I tell you, that's pretty hard to overcome. And Mesquite, they're just good. I mean, they're up 26-0. They're winning for a reason. Now, Mesquite Horn is at Tyler Lee. And look at this. Mesquite Horn up right now, 35-10 over Lee.
Man, I tell you what, Mesquite ISD is beaten up on East Texas right now, but Mesquite Horn's pretty good. They almost beat John Tyler last week, so we know that they've obviously got talent out there. It starts with Destry White, but if Tyler Lee wants to win games, they won one last week, but if they want to win games and get into the playoffs, really need a big performance out of their big gun, LaQuintus Wallace, their running back. I know they've got some other guys, but I really think you need a game breaker like him, but he's just struggled to stay healthy so far throughout his career. In 2011, he missed a lot of time, ended up with 5 touchdowns and 6.2 yards per carry. He also missed time in 2010. He still ended up with 1,200 rushing yards and 6 touchdowns. As a freshman, he ran for 304. So far, he's had a good start to the year, but I really feel like they need him to be special if they want to be a game-breaking team out in East Texas this season.
White House is at Carthage. We got a chance to see these two teams last year, and it's an interesting matchup. White House up 14-8 right now, and they're undefeated for a reason. They're also really good.
Man, there are talented kids sitting on the benches in these games. There's so many talented kids on these two teams put together. And they got 2 of the best coaches, too. Scott Surratt for Carthage is one of the best and most ingenuitive in 3A. But you look at all these kids. White House, they got quarterback Pat Mahomes, who's been awesome so far. Their wide receiver Dylan Cantrell is a Texas Tech kid and really talented. And look at Carthage's trio of Tevin Pipkin, running back, Blake Bogenschutz. They're both juniors at quarterback. And then their defensive lineman, Isaiah Golden's got 3 sacks early on in the year. I mean, it's just silly how many guys they've got out there that can play great football, which is the reason why Carthage is an easy title favorite and why White House is slowly creeping into the conversation in 4A.
Gilmer at Gladewater. 13-0 right now. Gladewater leading in the third quarter.
Oh, man, we need to get Greg Tepper back on the phone because he thought Gilmer was going to roll, and I told him that in the words of Lee Corso, not so fast, my friend, because I think Gladewater is actually a lot better than people give him credit for, especially defensively. They run the ball very well. When they play that good a defense, you never really get a shot to score. And that's what they've done to the Buckeyes tonight.
Hey, we've got some highlights in of Henderson at Chapel Hill.
Lovely.
Yes, Chapel Hill, of course, this team at Cowboys Stadium last year. And, of course, all the games this coming year at Cowboys Stadium. Interesting. And a good move, I might add. But look at this. Henderson on the move right here against Chapel Hill. And these two teams, they've battled themselves into quite a few rivalry games in the past.
Well, right now it's been a struggle, really for both of them, but especially for Chapel Hill. They graduated so much from last year's title team, but they're slowly making strides. You can see they almost picked off a pass there. They've struggled offensively because that's where they graduated their most amount of kids, but that time, no problem on the zone read. Man, that plays all over high school football right now. All the way down to the end zone. He might have found a way to squeak in there. More Chapel Hill offense, more zone read, and that one is a fake end around. Tough to tell, but the ball squeaks out. I believe Henderson may have jumped on that one. Henderson, the Lions, back on offense, pounding right up the middle to pay dirt. So finally someone can score Henderson out to a 14-0 lead over Chapel Hill, looking for, I guess, the unofficial title of the best of the teams to win titles over the past 2 years. That's a long, unwieldy title.
We routed Henderson last year, too, and that's a good-looking team.
Against Carthage. Yeah, very talented.
All right, and, Langham Creek, this is a team. Did you know Bert Emanuel went to school here? Saw that when I was out there yesterday.
Really?
Yeah. Atlanta Falcons. Bert Emanuel played at Langham Creek.
Never knew that. Never knew.
Yeah, and it's been a wild affair here, but in case you're just joining us, look at the score. Yeah.
What?
42-42 right here in Cy Ranch and Langham Creek. We can't show you highlights live, but we can show you highlights after they happen, and we've had plenty in this game. And it's been up and down and an outstanding game, to say the least. All right, Fox Football Friday will continue. We'll be right back with more here at the Berry Center.
Okay, that was better. I was getting feedback from you again the last time you were talking. I could barely hear you, but it's better now. Jeff Power. Trying to get him. Jeff!
I'm the sales and marketing manager at the Berry Center. I just wanted to get a picture of you guys.
Sure, come on.
Hi there. Jeff.
Sorry, my hands were soaking wet. I'm Travis. Hattie.
Place looks great.
Huh?
Place looks great.
Oh, thank you. You guys did too. Actually, first Chuck covered that. Was it you? Houston game, U of H game.
I went to U of H.
It was last night late. It could have been a repeat from something else. I'm not sure.
No, it wasn't us.
No, not.
Yeah, but it wasn't us, though.
No, but it was. I mean, was it a college game? You're talking about the University of Houston? Yeah, it may have been live. They probably played last night. I need to check.
No, I think they played Saturday.
They played last night. I know that. Oh, okay.
Go ahead. I can hear you. Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, Cy Ranch has scored. Okay. Oh. And welcome back to Fox Football Friday. It's the Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. Jeff Power, Travis Stewart, Angela Heyman on the sidelines, Langham Creek and Cy Ranch. A great battle. I think that's the Langham Creek side of the field, the visiting side. They've showed up and have really supported their team. And Cy Ranch, I'll tell you what, their crowd, they've been sensational. Right here above us, right behind us as well. Back and forth. Let's check in with Angela and find out what just happened. Angela?
Thanks, guys. Well, what just happened is the Mustangs scored. They took the lead. They are leading 49-42 now. I want to tell you, Keith Ford did his part setting up this touchdown play, and it was the quarterback keep by Cole Martin for the touchdown play, capped it off with the extra point to go up 49-42. Earlier, the student section was chanting, and you guys will like this, Built Ford tough, Built Ford tough. I get it. Keith Ford, right? He's pretty tough. He took several big hits on that drive to set up that touchdown play. I like that chant. I'm sure Ford likes it too.
I'm sure they do, Angela. All righty, very good job there. All right, let's take it with the Academy Sports Desk. Let's check in with Rick Renner. Rick?
Start this year up against traditional power Denton Ryan, who's always in the playoffs. And for more on the game, let's chat with Mike Florick of Sports Day HS crew from the Dallas Morning News. And Mike, what's going on with your game right now?
Well, we got 5 minutes left in the third quarter. Denton Ryan up 14-13. Tyrone Williams just had a 41-yard touchdown run to give Denton Ryan the lead. They went for 2 and got it on a tricky little pitch, a pass play that somehow worked. I don't know how, but it got the job done. So they're up by 1.
You got to love how that works. Now, McKinney hasn't won more than 4 games since 2004. They could do it tonight if they pull this one off and come back. How surprising are you about the Lions and what they've been able to do this year?
Well, they haven't played as well as they haven't played much of a tough schedule, but Jeff Nick told me this week they started to win those games. They really controlled the first half, and it looked pretty good, but obviously this isn't kind of a vintage Denton Ryan team who's also trying to make that jump. So a little surprised, but I'll be a lot more surprised to see what they do in district.
We'll have highlights of this one on Scoreboard Live at midnight. Thanks so much. That's Mike Florick of the Sports Day HS crew in the Dallas Morning News. We're bringing the Fox Sports Southwest girls, Kami and Liddy, who are dancing away. What are you doing over there, Kami?
Fixing my hair. Getting ready for our video, because this segment we're going to talk about videos. We're just really excited. We got some videos tonight, so check it out. Our first video is from Demetrius White, a student photojournalist at Lancaster High School. They are getting pumped up for their rival match against Mansfield Legacy tonight. I don't know if you guys know this, but Kami and I do this before every game. Every game. And Rangers game, Mavs game, Stars game, every game. We get pumped up. They're looking to keep a perfect record going. They are 3-0 right now. Okay, in our second video, this is kind of a long one, but wait for it because it is so worth it. It's sent in by Jay Stevens, Monterey Tech versus the Woodlands, and actually the video of a touchdown. It's their only one they scored, but look at it, check it out. Ready and touchdown! So it's pretty cool. They got their only touchdown on video, and yeah, they sent it straight to us. So
I like the video with the lens on it.
Right.
That's hard to do. You get the lens and the camera and the shot.
Yeah. Perfect. So keep sending us your videos. What else? Dances. We're dancing over here. We're having a dance off. We want to see your dances. Send them in. Gangnam Style.
Let's see the Gangnam Style.
No, we're trying. Yeah, we're learning it. We learned it. You can watch it on Twitter.
All right, those things coming in at FoxSportsSouthwest.com. Thanks so much, girls. Appreciate it. Get your game day photos in, and maybe you can be on TV, too. For now, we're going to kick it back out to the guys. Jeff Tower and Travis Stewart having a great time in H-Town. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, explosive offenses to say the least right here. Cy Ranch leading 49-42 over Langham Creek, and we've just started the third quarter, folks.
That is unbelievable. And it's still not the biggest shootout I've seen. Galena Park, I think, and Friendswood are locked up in a heavy hitter, too. What is going on in Houston?
I'll tell you, well, it's not raining yet, so that could have something to do with it.
It will now.
All right, let's go to the El Paso region where Montwood, still like them on top, and Franklin kind of gaining some ground on them.
They're looking pretty sharp. El Dorado in right behind them. Chapin at 3-1, and Americas at 2-2. But, Jeff, these are a lot of the 5A teams. We're not going to talk about a lot of their games tonight. We will in a second, but we're actually going to look at a lot of the 4A games tonight. We are going to start at El Paso del Valle and El Paso Riverside, which is really, some people may call it a pillow fight, but it's actually just two really good defenses. Nothing wrong with the offense. It's just great defenses. I believe we have El Paso, fair to say voice of El Paso? I'm stumbling upon that. Voice of El Paso, Joe Fan, will be joining us from this game in just a moment. Actually, let's get him right now. Joe, 18-0, Del Valle over Riverside. What's up? What's going on out there?
Well, it's been all Del Valle during a steady rainfall in El Paso tonight. We just started the third quarter. The Conquistadores have been led by their 6'5 sophomore quarterback, Steven Montes, with a 36-yard TD pass and a 1-yard run. Del Valle defense has forced the Rangers into 4 turnovers, including a recovered fumble in the end zone for a touchdown. Travis, as you remember last Friday, Riverside beat the Sleda 2-0, so the Rangers offense has really struggled in 2 games now.
Okay,
so again,
Joe, one more quick question.
We just started the third quarter, 18-0, Del Valle over Riverside.
Okay, Joe, we'll let you go then. Enjoy the second half. We'll check back with you later, perhaps. Thanks, bud.
All right, that was Joe Fan. Now, El Paso Burgess and El Paso Andress doing battle tonight as well out in West Texas, all tied up at 7 right now in the third quarter. Of course, these games in Mountain Time, about an hour behind Central Time.
That's right, and really the big deal for Burgess is they may still be without running back Aaron Jones, the 4A cover boy in Dave Campbell's Texas Football Preseason Magazine, which basically means we think he's one of, if not the best player in 4A, who twisted up his knee a couple weeks back. If they can find a way to squeak by Andress tonight, a district game, and keep themselves in that district game while he is out, it's going to be a huge boost for that team moving forward. It's just going to be a tough task to actually do it.
Okay, El Paso Austin and El Paso Bowie right now, 14-7 Bowie on top.
You know, Jeff, this is a funny segment because it feels like every year so much of the El Paso teams are offense. But really, it's a lot of great defenses this year. We just talked about Del Valle. Andress is a very good defense. Now Bowie's a really good one, too. They've got Austin held down to just 7 points so far. They've got 14 of their own, and Austin's supposed to be a pretty good defense. So Bowie flexing some defensive muscles. They look sharp doing it.
East Lake at El Paso Hanks, and right now it's 7-6. Hanks on top in the second quarter.
Well, this makes me look like a fool because I thought these two teams were going to play a big shootout tonight. They've both been good offensively. East Lake is still a brand new program, so you know their defense is still trying to find an identity. Hanks is down from 5A, where they were an offensive shootout team a lot. And of course, as I say that, they're in a little bit of a slugfest so far, so it shows you what I know, I guess.
All right, moving along here now. Conatillo and El Paso Parkland, 22-14 right now. Conatillo on top in the second.
And you say that a lot better than I do, but Parkland needs to find some offense to get back into this game. And Conatillo is actually at the bottom of the district standings, or close to it so far right now this season, having a hard time just getting into a groove. Parkland's in the middle of the pack, but obviously if Conatillo wins tonight, kind of flip the script. Parkland's going to be near the bottom, and Conatillo is going to be in the middle in prime position to challenge for a third or fourth playoff spot come the end of the season.
Okay, so Conatillo up 22-14 over Parkland. And that El Paso region, I tell you, it's interesting, but how about making a statement there with those 1-5A teams?
Well, this is why we didn't talk about a lot of the 5A games this week, because a lot of those games were huge blowouts last week. Look, Franklin beat Socorro 55-10. El Dorado beat Eastwood 41-0. Montwood beat Bel Air 35-0. and Americas beat Coronado 43-34. The closest game we had was a 9-point spread. All of those were district games. Right now, this district is so stratified amongst the 4 teams you see on your left: Franklin, El Dorado, Montwood, and Americas. Those 4 teams look like the best in the district by far. It's not a good race right now. 4A is there.
Okay, so El Paso pretty much taken care of, and interesting just to see how all those teams are, what they're doing so far this year. How about the Wendy's big score updates? Let's take a look around other scores across the state of Texas. A lot of huge games. Everybody in district play now. Let's roll them for you.
Well, we'll start off
with us.
Don't know
How
where
are
we're
you?
going to start yet. Hello. We are a big score tonight here in Cy Ranch Sci Fair. We'll start
Cedar
off
Park
with
up
CP.
14-0 in the third quarter.
Remember, that's actually 14-7 CP over
Leander
Leander.
just
Leander
scored. That's
did
right.
find the end zone. Smithson Valley giving Corpus Christi King everything they want. It's 38-0 right now. Smithson Valley looking like a true, maybe possible title favorite. White struggles continue right now, 37-38. It's been a hard time out there, even with quarterback Tyrone Swoops there. And then Coppell over Allen right now, 13-7, playing great football.
Yeah, Coppell just hanging on to that lead over Allen, 13-7 there in the third quarter. These are your Wendy's real score updates, and we always appreciate Wendy's, very valuable sponsor to us here. And I can pass on another score for you. We had talked about this earlier. Brackenridge and Jefferson. Well, Brackenridge right now is up 20-15 in the third quarter. That game down in the San Antonio area. And they've had a lot of rain in and around that central Texas region. So I think rain's even been kind of drifting down into San Antonio too now, but definitely around Austin. Let's check in with Angela now and get an update here because we just had another touchdown.
Hey guys, well, the Lobos have just tied it up 49-49 thanks to an unbelievable play from quarterback Connor Weiss to his big-time wide receiver Caleb Hobbs. You'll see the count draws the Mustangs offside. They have a free play. Guess what? Connor Weiss is going deep. He hits Caleb Hobbs across the middle. They score the touchdown, cap it off with the extra point. They're now tied up 49-49. We've got ourselves a ball game.
Back and forth we go, and yes, 49 all, and I hear the Cy Ranch fans going crazy behind us. They're probably back on the move again.
So now this kind of begs the question. We may have that one Wendy's key to the game actually come into play with the who can get a defensive stop.
Yeah.
So far, I mean, we've seen some forced fumbles, some turnovers, but this has really just been an offensive shootout from the get-go, really.
Yeah.
So if one team can find a way to force something in the fourth quarter, force a turnover on down, just force a punt. You never know what your offense may be able to turn it into. I don't want to say last team with the ball scores, but it may be shaping up that way if someone can't get a stop.
I like your logic. We're going to have like a 150-point score, and we're going to pick a defensive
sounds
play.
exhausting.
All right, Fox Football Friday continues from right here in Cypress, Texas. We'll be right back with more. The night.
Oh, yeah.
Goal line stand gets play of the night. I had texted KABB about that San Antonio Brackenridge Jefferson school. Yeah, I'll take one. I think it's right here. It's okay. I'll take a cold one. Yeah. Thank you.
We don't have a Ford feature in Blitz. Not much, to my knowledge, all Ford elements in the Blitz show were supposed to be handled by the Fox Studios. I'm happy to make a read for them if they'd like.
Angela gave him a good plug.
I tell you what, I'll just give a Ford read. We have the Ford read from live. I'll just give a Ford read in this segment, and that's probably what they're looking for. Do you mind if I do that pretty close to the top?
Why don't we do it when Keith Ford scores a touchdown?
What's that, Jeff? Okay.
When Keith Ford scores a touchdown.
We'll rip through Coastal Bend really quick.
Yeah, big country.
Oh,
yeah.
Gosh, I turned one too many pages. Okay, we'll make up a lot of our ground in...
And welcome to Fox Football Friday. It's the Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. This is the Berry Center and the loud, proud fans of Cy Ranch right here behind us. Cypress Ranch and Langham Creek in an offensive shootout. We're shooting for 100 tonight, folks. It's 49 all.
Man, that crowd down there is awesome. They have
been having a good
packed this
time.
place.
All right, let's go out to the big country. Let's start with Abilene, top team out there, and Cooper hanging with them.
Oh man, it's a pretty tough set to get past. We're actually tracking Abilene San Angelo Central tonight on KZQQ. We'll hit you on that radio if we get a good moment there in the next few minutes. Abilene, as you said, Cooper behind them. San Angelo Central, remember they're playing Abilene tonight, 3-1, 2-0 in district. That's the more important number. Stephenville in at 3-1, and Abilene Wiley at 4-0 right behind them.
Yeah, Wiley, a 3A school, I might add. So Abilene right now up 21-0. Let's check in with KZQQ Radio and find out what's going on.
I don't know. Well, we know he wasn't a replacement in the NFL, but it'll be 1st and 10 for the Bobcats from their 45. 1:01 left in the third. Eagles leading 35-0. As Mickey Scott, the quarterback for the Bobcats, fakes the handoff, rolls behind, throws it out in the flat end to the sideline of Central, and they'll say that is incomplete. Stops the third quarter clock at 55 seconds.
Okay, so Abilene up 35-0 right now. Special thanks to KZQQ Radio. How about Cisco at Stanford? Of course, Stanford with a great run last year, up right now 13-12 by a point.
I think actually Cisco just scored to make this 20-13, but the bigger news, Jeff, is that Stanford do-it-all quarterback free safety Hagan Hutchinson has left the game with an apparent thumb injury, and that's bad news Bears because they really need him on the field. Look at what his production's been like the past couple weeks. 456 total yards and 5 touchdowns in week 3. He was very good in week 2. In week 1, he was awesome. Week 0, he was awesome. For the season, over 1,000 total yards and 15 touchdowns. Doesn't even include his defensive numbers. You take all those out of the equation, whew, that's a big loss for that team if he's out for a while.
All right, Sweetwater at Brownwood, and this is a great-looking game. Brownwood up 14-6 right now, but a bit of a power outage going on down there, huh?
We call it a brownout. Is that clever enough for you?
Yeah, I like that.
But offense has been a struggle for Brownwood this year. Look at it, just 19 points per game, and this is only 2 years after they were scoring in 2010. Look, 53.4 points per game, so they are almost now 30 points below what they were averaging a couple years ago. That is a ton. I can't even quantify that for you. It's just so many. So they need to find a way to jumpstart that offense off a car battery if they want to get that team going. You know that Coach Bob Shipley out there will find a way to do it sooner or later.
Yeah, he misses Jackson Shipley.
And Jordan.
And Jordan. Bangs at San Angelo Grape Creek.
Wow, Bangs having a huge night, and I guarantee you the quarterback JT Newton is going to be a key part of that puzzle. Very talented kid. And it's not just the Bangs offense tonight, it's the defense too. Big showing in a key district game for them.
Mart at Goldthwaite.
Well, Mart's defense has really been a bugaboo for them over the last couple weeks, especially recently. But they've done pretty well so far tonight against Goldthwaite. Let's actually check in now. Sweetwater and Brownwood have a big moment in that game worth listening into, boys.
Super game tonight. Boy, big running room that time. Dalen Johnson takes it in for the score. That's Dalen's second rushing TD of the year, Dallas. It gives us a 2-touchdown cushion. You know, and we call out people laying blocks individually, but collectively that offensive line, when they start pushing people back, dominoing, and kind of stacking them up.
And some interesting action there. Brownwood and Sweetwater battling. I think we just got a touchdown right there.
Sounds like we just missed it, but hey, still a good game. Here's Mark Goldthwaite, 26-13 right now for Mark. And what they really wanted to see, Jeff, was the 13. They wanted to see a better defensive performance than they had in the past.
How about some 6-man football? Game of the week, Gordon and Strawn. We got Ken Capps on the phone. Ken, tell us about this game and what's going on in 6-man football.
Well, guys, this is a great game going on tonight. Before I get started, though, I really am impressed by you guys wearing jackets tonight. Very, very sharp.
All right.
Are you wearing a jacket,
You're looking
Ken?
good. But, hey, guys, here's the deal. You've got Gordon and Strawn. They are 8 miles apart. It doesn't get any better than this in West Texas. One of the classic rivalries in all of Texas high school football, 50-plus years. Occasionally the fight has actually sprawled into the stands and to the streets, but these towns have toned it down now and do most of their talking on the field. The home team has won the last 5 meetings. We're in Gordon. At the half, it was Strawn 20, Gordon 14. The Hounds and the Horns duked it out to Strawn 34, Gordon 30, end of 3. And, guys, this is going to go right down to the wire. Right now, the home Horns are up 36-34 on Gordon with 7 minutes left. And as I take it back to you, let me just say, in my book, both of you guys are homecoming kings to me, and I will make sure that the mums and the crowns are in your office on Monday morning. From the six-man game of the week in the great state of Texas, Ken Caps and Gordon.
And Angela is the homecoming queen, yes. All right, Ken Caps, always like talking with you about some six-man football. Let's take a quick break, and we'll talk about the Coastal Bend when Fox Football Friday returns.
Texas football!
56-49 right now, in case you're wondering. Actually, it's 55-49, Langham Creek. They just scored again. But they're going for, well, an extra point, I guess. Man, I'm with you, man. The first one to stop the other team gets a
you get a win.
Player of the week.
They're going to win.
There it is. It's good. 56-49.
Hey, Jeff Watts, can you hear me, bud? I would love to try and bring the winning coach on set tonight. You think that's a possibility?
We'll bring GQ Todd Thompson on here with us, and we'll get him a coat.
Yeah, well, man, he is not going to want to wear this coat. This thing is...
It's got some wet spots on it.
Yeah. We are a little toasty. How do we look, though? Do we look uncomfortable and hot, or does it look okay?
Come on, Travis. You're going to ask Jeff Watts that question?
Bless your little heart, Jeff. You and your little blanket in your cold little room, snuggling.
And welcome back to Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. Cy Ranch and Langham Creek. It has been an offensive shootout all night long. We kind of like that. You know, when an 11-man football game is outscoring a 6-man football game, you've got yourself quite an offensive showdown.
We passed the offensive shootout in the first quarter, Jeff. This is officially in ludicrous territory. That's where we are now.
Yeah, Jeff Power, Travis Stewart joining you, and Angela Heyman on the sidelines here, running around trying to keep up with the plays. We'll get you some highlights in a moment. Let's go down to the Coastal Bend. Port Lavaca, Calhoun. This is a team that's been near the top all season out here in the Coastal Bend, and they're good as always.
They are very talented, very good in the ground game. Now remember, they're playing Cal Allen tonight. That's Cal Allen in the 4th spot there. That's going to go a long way towards determining how this top 5 sorts out. Gregory Portland is in action tonight against Beeville Jones. We'll talk about that one in a minute. And then we already talked about Corpus Christi King. They're getting hammered by Smithson Valley right now. That's okay. Well, it's not okay, but it's understandable because that is a really good Corpus Christi King team.
Let's go ahead and check in on that Cal Allen. Look at this. Calhoun leading right now 17-0 over Cal Allen.
Actually, that one's showing as final. I have to make sure that actually is probably correct because they started maybe a little bit early tonight than some of the other games that were stuck in rain delays. So Cal Allen defense has been a struggle. We knew it was going to be because they graduated one really big key guy, Marcus Price, that needed to replace him. But Calhoun looks every bit the kind of part of a maybe 3rd or 4th round playoff team right now.
Yeah, Calhoun, that's back-to-back wins over Cal Allen for them. Now, Gregory Portland at Beeville Jones, and it's GP up right now 14-7 in the 3rd quarter.
Man, Beeville Jones putting on the pressure. I'm impressed because I thought Gregory Portland may be a 16 to 17 point favorite tonight, but Beeville Jones has given him everything he can handle. But in the end, the running back for GP, Devin Bisbee, he beats down on you. He wears you down at the end of the night. He's not real big, but he's consistent. He's talented. It's just really hard to wrap him up for 4 quarters.
Matt Anastasio, the head coach at Gregory Portland, really turned things around this year. They got off to a slow start last year. He's battled right back. Done a nice job. All right, let's move forward. Flower Bluff leading Alice right now 25-0 over the Coyotes.
Man, this Flower Bluff team is serious. They're 3-0 right now. They're well on their way to 4-0 tonight. And really, Jeff, that puts them in the conversation for best ever seasons at that school. Let's take a look at some of the other options that we'd be looking at. 2011, they were 8-5. 2009, they were 11-2. 2006, they were 10-3. In 2005, they were an amazing 12-1. That is the best 4 years they've ever had. In only 4 years, they've played 13 games or more. And you can see the common thread. They beat Alice all 4 years. Yeah. So if they beat Alice tonight, they'd be out to a 4-0 start with a win over Alice. They've got all the makings of another 13, maybe even 14-game season, which would be incredible for them.
All right, Corpus Christi King at Smithson Valley. And Smithson Valley, wow,
not good.
They're good. 35-0 right now over King.
You know, the Corpus Christi King defense is not huge. They're not a bunch of big guys. But the Smithson Valley running back, Lawrence Madison, is about 6 foot, 225, 230. He's about the size of their defensive lineman. So, I mean, it's really tough to slow a guy down like that for anybody. That's tough for Katie. That's tough for Carol. It's tough for Allen. It's tough for all the heavy hitters. I don't know if Corpus Christi King has the size on defense to slow down a Raging Bull like that one. It's just a tough matchup for them tonight.
How about Ingleside at Cuero? The Gobblers up 7-6 right now in the third quarter.
There's a little defensive struggle for you. I'm still looking for the big offense and big defense that we saw at Cuero in years past. They're still trying to kind of figure out what they are, I think. But Ingleside, 6 points out of them in the third quarter, uncommon, because they're usually a pretty good offense, especially throwing the football. Must be just a good defensive performance from Cuero tonight. Go Gobblers.
All right, so some scores. Wendy's scores updates to get to. Let's take a look at some highlights real quick that are kind of rolling in from around the state. How about to San Antonio, first of all? Courtesy of KABB. This would be Brackenridge and Jefferson.
Oh, it's pouring out there.
Yeah, they've been having a lot of rain in the Austin and San Antonio area tonight and really all over the state of Texas. Brackenridge, last check, was leading this game 20-15. Look at the move right there. Nice. In the rain. Hey, if you can get your defender off his feet, that's a good thing.
Really patient running, too, behind those blocks, waiting for the holes to open, waiting for the seams to crack, and then hitting them. And that's kind of what Brackenridge does. They're usually a very good running team, and putting it on display against Jefferson tonight. 20-15, they lead.
Yeah, so San Antonio, Brackenridge up by 5. Let's go down to the greater Houston area. This is Travis and Hightower. Of course, Fort Bend Travis taking on a good Hightower team, a team that reached the championship game last year, I might add. And back and forth kind of night in this one as well. These two teams going back and forth all night. And I can tell you that right now Travis is leading Hightower. That's a bit of a shock right there. 24-13. How about that?
Well, it was 24-6 for a long time, so Hightower clawing back in it. Switch up to DFW for Euless Trinity, and Colleyville Heritage Trinity was leading 17-7. Look at that great full-back dive, and the offense motion to the right side had the defense fooled. You can tell Colleyville Heritage that one hurt them because they knew they needed to get a stop there to keep themselves in this one. 31-10, Euless Trinity reports their demise greatly exaggerated. They could go on to win and be 2-2 and still be a dangerous team at DFW.
By the way, Kinsey Clone had that touchdown for Hightower, might add. And Odessa High taking on, let's go to this Permian Basin game. Look at this, more rain. Yes, everywhere we're in Cooper. Abilene Cooper taking on Odessa High and rain falling down there. I believe this game's over at Shotwell Stadium.
I think so, and that's quarterback Lorenzo Joe, who's going to Texas. Still just a junior, but already committed to the Longhorns. Growing into that quarterback role after starting as an all-state wide receiver last year as a sophomore, and Cooper really hitting its stride. It's not been a great year for Odessa. As you can see, the rain comes in across West Texas, but still, this is a clear indicator that Cooper is a team to be reckoned with, not just in West Texas, not just in the big country, but in really all of Class 5A, especially in 2-5A, but all in Class 5A. They're winning big time, 40-2, and looking every bit like a regional final team, perhaps.
Yeah, Cooper looks good. All right, Fox Football Friday will continue from the Berry Center. A lot of offense right here. We'll talk about that when we return here in the Cypress, Texas area.
It's starting to drizzle on us a little bit, just FYI. And you've got attitude. Hey, Jeff, as soon as we come back, before we go to Fox, can you make mention that Gordon just finished off strong, 36-34, in our six-man game of the week? Yes, sir. Anna? Ooh, boy, that's going to be a tough one to find. Stand by. Go super smartphone.
34.
34. Yes. Yes, Gordon. Hey, Jeff, I don't know if this is possible, but if we want, we can clear that entire queue from the Twitter bar and just restart it with all the stuff we're doing now that has all the finals if you want. If we can't, it's not a big deal.
He's got some more Cedar Park highlights with Leander.
Almost to Anna, if we even have it. I'll let you know in a second. Allen and Coppell are tied in the fourth quarter. Good game out there. I got nothing on Anna. Sorry, bud.
And welcome back to Fox Football Friday. It's the Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. And I tell you, these two teams are kind of wishing they could blitz a little bit more. We've got ourselves an offensive shootout right here at the Berry Center. Langham Creek and Cy Ranch doing battle, and this has been back and forth all night long. I think it's 56-49 right now. Langham Creek is leading, but they're about to score again. So.
You know it's getting a little ridiculous when we can't even keep up with the score anymore. That's
we
how
can't
much
quite
of a challenge
see the scoreboard, but hey, and you know when it's outscoring six-man, you know there's something there.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, the six-man game of the week. Gordon wins it 36-34 over Strawn.
All right, that is a big-time rivalry. Probably the biggest in all of six-man, so congratulations to Gordon. The Steers hold it for another year. Actually, Longhorns, hold it for another year.
Okay, let's take a quick Academy Sports break, and let's check in with Rick Renner back in the studios. Rick?
To Allen Eagles, the Cowboys haven't allowed but 3 points in the first half all year, but Allen has outscored opponents 45-0 in the first quarter, so something got to give. Let's go to Coppell and check on this one. Number 2 against number 9. And the Coppell Cowboys get into the end zone in this one. Remember Cam McDaniel? This is his brother Gavin McDaniel. 20 carries, 116 yards. But Allen would come back in this defensive battle right here. As you see that great Cowboys defense. Allen has just given up a 2-point conversion. It's 21-all with Coppell, and that one's just come down to the line. We'll update that one later on. Elsewhere, Denton Ryan and McKinney in the first. McKinney quarterback Robert Sumborn is pressured but throws off his back foot, and Ryan's Raynell Caldwell will take it back the other way, all the way past the 5-yard line. That leads to a Ryan touchdown, 6-0 Raiders. Sumborn then would strike back later in the first half with a pretty pass to Jonathan Shannon. He'll go 64 yards in for the score, and the Lions are up 7-6. Now let's check some other scores in the DFW. Devontae Kincaid with over 200 yards passing, 3 touchdowns, as Skyline is separated from Dallas Jesuit. Jake Oliver just 16 catches away from the all-time receptions record in the state, set by Jordan Shipley of Burnett. Euless Trinity has never lost to Colleyville Heritage. Looks like it's going to stay the same. And look at the Battle of the Arlington. Kyle Hicks with 149 yards rushing. Matt Waller with 125. Wanted to mention that Southlake Carroll is all over Keller Central. That score 49-0. Well, a lot of chatter about these games tonight. And what about all those game day pictures and tweets? Well, for that, I kick it over to my tag team partners, the Fox Sports Southwest girls, Kami and Liddy. Take it away, girls.
Gosh, tonight we had videos, photos. It was homecoming for a lot of schools, and we are going to end on a really great note from a photo from Lancaster High School yearbook actually sent this in. It's Lancaster versus Mansfield Legacy High School. 21-20, Lancaster leading in the fourth right now. Yeah. So we're actually.
If Val can hear me, Val can run to the RV. I have my laptop there.
We want your old school
okay. Oh, that's right. You transferred it over. Look for there's a folder within that folder called 6M or 6-Man, one or the other. Look for Gordon. May have it, may not, but it's worth trying.
Surprise for you. It's Kami in high school. Oh, geez. How cute were you? Not much has changed. Still got the muscles there. I don't know where.
What's up with the hair?
I think they crimped it. That was popular, I guess, 6 years ago. And speaking of other flashbacks, I don't know, I think I found a photo from Liddy. Yeah, check out that arm. Wow. Business. You guys haven't seen her arm.
Jeff, our rain is starting to come a little more frequently. I'm getting a little nervous. Yeah, starting to drizzle.
Like she said, from your parents, either from you when you played, I guess, Little League, football, anything. Where you came from. I see it.
You look like you threw that ball like 100 miles per hour there.
Oh, I don't know if it's quite that fast, but I tried.
You got to bring that hairstyle back. What do you think, Amy?
I think we need to bring that hairstyle
I'm not
back.
optimistic it's going to stay a drizzle.
I like it.
I guess it did get long.
You look so cute. It was like 2 years ago. Good stuff, girls. Enjoyed working with you all night. Hey, and make sure you go to foxsportssouthwest.com and get all your photos in. They're going to join me on Scoreboard Live tonight, and we'll have all the highlights from all over the state of Texas coming up at midnight. But right now, back out to the dynamic duo, Jeff Power and Travis Stewart. Guys, it's all yours.
All righty, thank you, Rick. Do appreciate that. We're getting a little bit of drizzle right here. Maybe that'll slow these two offenses down, huh?
I doubt it. It hasn't slowed anything down so
the
far.
North Texas area, Wichita Falls Rider. Great football team this year. Let's start off with them as them and Sherman and Prosper, some teams that we're looking out for in that North Texas top 5.
And a lot of them played last night, Jeff. Wichita Falls Rider was one of them. They advanced to 3-1, 1-0 after a big win. Prosper played last night, as did Denton Geyer. All of them won. But Ryan is in action tonight against McKinney. You heard Rick Renner and the Academy Sports Desk Fox Sports crew talk about that. Sherman has also not played yet this weekend, but we will start in North Texas at Brewer at Wichita Falls. And woo, we got a good one. 17-13 Wichita Falls over Brewer. Right now we have Champion Sports Radio. We may cut to that if we've got a good moment in this part of the broadcast. But in case you hadn't heard, Jeff, Brewer's got this kid hidden away named C.J. Washington, and this guy can play some football. In 2011, 1,000 yards rushing and 17 touchdowns, almost 500 yards and 4 touchdowns receiving. The year before that, more of the same. 1,100 yards rushing and 9 touchdowns, 500 yards receiving and 6. This year, he's already got 490 total yards and 7 touchdowns. If you're looking for guys that kind of fit the mold of, hey, really good, no one's talking about him, C.J. Washington. And you know what? I'm going to come up with a nickname for him to make it stick. I'm going to call him the President. So the president for Brewer off to a great start this year to finish off a great career.
Denton Ryan is at McKinney, and look at this, all knotted up at 28 in the fourth quarter. And let's go ahead and check in and listen in right quick and see what's going on with this game.
Good
Radio
enough for a Denton Ryan first down. Max Simpson on the stop.
And this is a lot of play calling that we saw on the last offensive drive by Denton Ryan. A lot of fake handoffs to Tyrone Williams and keepers by Xavier Gray, and then a lot of shotgun handoffs to Tyrone Williams. A lot of the same packages and plays that we saw on the last drive, and it's still, if it's working, keep doing it. McKinney can't stop it, so it's moving the chains.
Xavier Gray in at quarterback in the shotgun, 2 receivers to his right, 1 to the left. We have yet to see Xavier Gray throw the ball, but when you have success running the ground like he does, there's really no need to. Takes it up the left side, has a big hole, sidesteps 2 defenders, gets swarmed.
All right, so interesting game going right there, 28 all. And let's move on now with Denton and Lake Dallas, another matchup that we're looking at tonight. Right now, Lake Dallas up. It's a final, 21-12 over Denton. Great album, by the way.
Denton having so much trouble keeping up with his Lake Dallas team. That is their 5th loss to Lake Dallas in a row, and that is the only 5 times they've ever played. I was thinking this might be 5th time's a charm since Denton has started off the season quite well, really considering expectations, but so far, no dice. Lake Dallas beats Denton again for the 5th straight time.
Yeah, we're actually going to get a chance to see Sherman and Denison next week. More on that in a moment. Frisco Lone Star and Anna battling each other.
Well, we're still looking for the score update for that one. Tweet it at DCTF or with hashtag Fox or hashtag Football Friday. We'll pipe it out there for you.
And Pilot Point up 20-0 over Callisburg right now on the floor.
That's a pretty good Pilot Point team. I think they'll go on to clear this one out and improve to an even better start to the season. They're looking really good right now.
Okay, as I mentioned, we'll be at the Sherman-Denison game next week, the Battle of the Axe, but much more to get to here, including this offensive shootout behind us. More on that when Fox Football Friday returns to the Berry Center.
Hey, Jeff, can we go down to an update with Angela? We haven't talked about the game in a little bit, even if there's no scoring play, just to kind of figure out what's going on.
56-49, right? Langham Creek.
give us a State of the Union address. No, it's okay. I think I see what you mean. Oh, shoot.
Hey, it is 56-49 in the fourth quarter, right? Have they moved to the fourth?
Yeah,
it's barely. It's not that bad.
What?
Yeah, a little bit. But hey, what's the score? I'm trying to see what the score is. And how much time?
It's 56-49 with 5:10 left.
In the fourth? Does it say fourth quarter? I'm okay. I'm
more worried about the equipment more than anything else. Henderson smoked Chapel Hill tonight.
They have it covered up. We're all right.
Okay.
Hi, sports.
Hey.
Football Friday Blitz is presented by your Texas Ford dealers. It's the Built Ford Tough Truck event at your Texas Ford dealer. Enjoy huge savings on America's best-selling truck for 35 years running. Ford is the best in Texas. By Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. And by Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club. In spicy, home style, or grilled. Try one today.
And welcome back to Fox Football Friday. We're here at the Berry Center. Of course, we're powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine, the managing editor right here, Travis Stewart, and
That's
Jeff
me.
Power. And we've got ourselves a great game right here, but let's go out to the Rio Grande Valley first, and we'll talk about some other games going on. This is, of course, Mission Sharyland up on top, and then Donna, Edinburgh North, McAllen, all undefeated.
That's right. Teams 1 and 5 actually played last night. Sharyland and Edinburgh, the Conomedes, in a classic shootout, an all-time great in the Valley. Sharyland won it. Donna, Edinburgh North, and McAllen are all playing tonight, all with big games, too, I believe.
All right, Mission at Far Valley View, and it's 10-0 right now, Mission on top.
Well, this is actually kind of the big game in the Valley this week, which is a little bit of a surprise because neither of these two teams were picked to do anything spectacular, but both undefeated coming into this game. And look at what it's really been for them as of late. Mission is 3-0 this year. Well, they were 2-8 last year. They've already beaten last year's mark and only 3 games in. Valley View is 3-0. Well, they were 1-9 last year. They've already tripled up last year's mark. The two of the teams combined, no playoff bid since 2009. So to see both of them come in at 3-0 tonight, kudos. Thumbs up.
Yeah.
Great work out there.
Yeah. McAllen at Westlaco East right now. East up, or they win it 37-7 over McAllen. Wow.
Tough route from McAllen, but we knew they were banged up. They had a lot of injuries. Not a surprise that East won. Just the surprise is the margin, I think.
Yeah, no question. Okay, San Benito at McAllen Row.
Well, San Benito sports a really good defense, and McAllen Rowe comes in with a really good offense. So it's tough to know which way the ball is going to break in a game like that when you've kind of got that strength-on-strength ordeal. Remember, McAllen Rowe is a team that we had a couple weeks ago when they took on McAllen and lost, partially because of McAllen's good defense. Let's actually switch over to Donna and Palmview, where Donna is putting a hurting on Palmview. Can't call it a surprise because Donna's offense with the run game is really good. Defense is nothing to sneer at either. That's a talented team.
Yeah, Donna 49-6 right now. They're going to remain undefeated. Let's take one more quick break. We'll be right back with more here on Fox Football Friday.
You guys need some help, or you good?
Do we really want to do that?
I don't know.
You going to try to take it over it? What does it need, like some ties or something?
No, I don't think it's not long enough. Just ditch it.
Yeah.
No, it's just ditch it and go. We're good.
We'll survive.
No, it's not long enough. Val, it ain't long enough.
Long enough.
It's not long enough. It ain't going to go. We just got to ditch it and move.
Yeah.
No, just ditch it.
Yeah,
just get rid of it. Just ditch it. Sorry, guys. It was worth a try.
We're just going to get wet.
Snap. Hey, I'm trusting
From
her
Lincoln
judgment.
Creek, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's our eyes. I can't see diddly.
Stevie. Angela. Go to Angela.
What?
I'm just sending Stevie down to you.
Come on now.
And welcome back to the Berry Center. Langham Creek battling Cy Ranch. You're watching Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. I'm Jeff Power, Travis Stewart. Let's check in with Angela Heyman, who's down on the field. Angela, some scoring?
Hey guys, well the Lobos now lead 56-49 thanks to a long touchdown run by their running back, Jeremiah Williams. He breaks free, he gets to the outside, he runs it 70 yards for the touchdown. Pretty great run here. They cap it off with the extra point. They are now leading 56-49, and Langham Creek has eaten up a lot of time on this drive. They actually got the ball back off of a fumble from Cy Ranch, and they've eaten up about 4.5 minutes of time, and there's only about 3 minutes left. As you can see the scoreboard behind me, 3:14 left in the game, and they're leading right now. Don't know if Cy Ranch is going to be able to come back.
Okay, thank you, Angela. 56-49 right now, Langham Creek on top. And let's move on out to the Piney Woods now. Let's talk about the top five out there, beginning with Lufkin.
Well, they're actually in action tonight at a big one against A&M Consolidated. We'll check in there in just a moment. Montgomery right behind them, Huntsville, Cold Spring Oakers, Jasper. Now, folks, we compile these looking at records, who they've played. These are just our top five rankings per geographic regional area. So I think Lufkin's best in the Piney Woods. I mean, they're best in 5A, but I do think they're the best in the Piney Woods. Top game in the Piney Woods, though, is probably Magnolia West and Montgomery. By the way, quick update on Lufkin. Tied with A&M Consolidated, 31-31 with 7:45 left to go.
So the Bears leading this one right here against Magnolia West, 10-7, and a bit of a defensive struggle now. And we're going to get a chance to see Montgomery when they take on Brenham. I believe that's on October 12th.
Yep,
so
2 more weeks, I believe, we've got before that one. Looking forward to it quite a bit. Elsewhere in the Piney Woods is Tarkington at Cleveland, which is an interesting matchup because, heck, I don't even remember the last time we talked about Tarkington because they've really struggled over the past several years, but off to a great start this year. Cleveland's off to a great start. If anybody has a score update on this one, send it into @DCTF, #FootballFriday. We will make sure to get that one on air.
Yeah, I believe Cleveland was coming off a loss to Sealy, but this is the tale of two quarterbacks, huh?
Well, really, that's been the turnaround point, I think, for both of these teams. Cleveland's got Chris Taylor, a dual-threat kid. Tarkington's got Hunter Johnson, a dual-threat kid. And both of them have been great offensive producers for him. Surprisingly, both underclassmen, so both young guys making big impacts for these teams.
All right, let's now check in with Newton and Warren. Right now, Newton up 20-0 in the third quarter over Warren.
That's a lot of really good defense out there from Newton. And, you know, we talked about New Boston earlier, how we think they may be the best team in 2A, or at least in the conversation. Can't overlook Newton. They've got to be in that mix, too, because they're very good offensively. With John Shorter, their running back, their defense is very underrated and very good, as you can see by holding Warren to a big fat goose egg so far.
How about Garrison and ARP? Right now, ARP up 41-7, and they're just rolling right now.
Well, ARP lost last week to Troop, which is a very well-coached team, obviously, because they've got a very famous coach there in Dennis Alexander. But ARP, I think, bounces back this week, playing a lot better football. Maybe frustrated they lost that one, and unfortunately, Garrison's the team standing in the way.
Yeah, so there's the Piney Woods for you. That is kind of a quick little rundown there of some of the bigger games going on up in the Piney Woods. And again, we'll get a chance to see Montgomery and Brenham in a couple of weeks. Next week, it's Sherman and Denison. So coming up here next on the show, more highlights and scores to bring you from all over the state of Texas. We're getting a little bit of drizzle here, but don't forget, coming up at the bottom of the hour, it's overtime. That is when we just give you smash course of highlights from all over the state of Texas, and we'll check in with coaches, we'll check in with reporters, and kind of get a feel for what's going on around the state. A lot of rain in the area, a lot of offense in this one. We got a good one. We'll bring you some highlights of this when we come back here on Fox Football Friday.
Oh, Jeff, Allen Capel are in overtime. We need to lead with that data. Can we do that?
And welcome back to Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. We're here at the Berry Center, Langham Creek and Cy Ranch in a great battle. This one going down to the wire, a couple minutes left. We'll keep you posted right here, 56-49 at the moment, Langham Creek leading.
And another big game going down to the wire is Allen Capel. It's in overtime. Let's check in on the radio and figure out what's happening.
Cowboys have defeated the number 1 team in the state. The Allen Eagles go down on the post pattern from Colby Mahan to Cameron Smith. His 9th touchdown of the year salts it away. Capel has pulled off the upset, 27-24.
What a great move there by Smith. He was taking that thing on a post pattern, and at the last second, he cut it back to the middle of the field, and that's exactly where Mahan threw it, wide open. What a great play.
They storm the field. The students are pouring out of the stands faster than they don't have horses to stop them like in some places, and they're just puddling up in the end zone. The Allen Eagles are a little bit shocked. They came through with a field goal in their half of overtime, and on second down, play action pass, Colby Mahan finds his favorite target, Cameron Smith, in the end zone. Touchdown, Capel wins.
So there you go, Cameron Smith with the game-winning touchdown in overtime. You heard Allen had kicked a field goal to go up 24-21, only to have Capel get the touchdown to win it, 27-24.
Quarterback Colby Mahan was the kid who made it happen with the great throw, and as you heard them say, the post route. No surprise, Jeff, he's been a touchdown machine in the passing game, and he doesn't turn the ball over.
Right.
And that's what you have to do to beat a team that's so good defensively like Allen. You have to get a little lucky. They got off to a great start and a great lead, but you can't turn the ball over, and Mahan's great at that. That's why Capel may very well be a top 3 team in 5A right now. A big turnaround from last year. So good right now.
Hey, I want to update you on this game right here. Right now, Langham Creek leads 56-49. A little over a minute to play. I believe Cy Ranch has the ball right now. They're on the move. We can't show you highlights live per UIL rules, but we can do the next best thing and kind of bring you highlights right after they happen. So let's check in with Angela, or let's check in with some highlights real quick and see what we've got. What do we have here? Here we go, some highlights for you. And this, of course, just happened. This is Keith Ford right up the gut, down to the 11-yard line. Second down, 3 to go, 49 seconds to play.
Trailing by 7, right?
So we'll break away for a second and come back. But Cy Ranch is trailing in this one, 56-49. They're trying to get what would be the game-tying touchdown if they make the extra point.
Remember, what I said about this game is important. The winner of this game is still going to keep themselves in competitive position for a district playoff spot. The loser may actually be out of this race early because it's so tough right at the top of this district. You can't lose a game against a swing team like this and still expect to make it at the end of the season to the postseason.
Yeah, 10 teams in the district. They start district play in week 2, and we saw Cy Ridge last night. They're a good-looking team, too. Let's do some Wendy's real score updates and kind of catch up around the state. We'll definitely keep you posted with what's going on here. There's a quick timeout, so we got a chance to look at some scores. Gordon, as we mentioned, beat Strawn 36-34 in 6-man play. Calhoun shuts out Cal Allen up.
Yikes.
We haven't said that in a while. 17-0. Klein Collins over Klein Oak, 45-21. We've been peeking into highlights of that game all night long. Collins with a big win. Euless Trinity over Colleyville Heritage, 31-16. So Euless Trinity back in true form. Moving along here with a Wendy's real score update.
I'll throw one in before we get there. Lufkin's currently leading A&M Consolidated 38-31 right now, late in the fourth. On to the finals. As we just said, Capel over Allen in overtime, 27-24 on a touchdown pass in the second frame of overtime. Denton Ryan leading McKinney right now in the fourth, 45-28, and that's impressive because that game was tied at 28. Wakeland loses to Frisco. Richland loses to Fossil Ridge.
Okay, let's take a quick break, and Fox Football Friday continues. We'll have this thrilling finish for you in just a moment. So it's 3rd and 1. There's, 20 seconds left? How many touchdowns does that quarterback have for Cy Ranch
I
now?
have no earthly idea.
How much time? 38? Oh, okay.
He has 38 touchdowns?
38 seconds.
Just kidding. Okay, there's that.
Let's see if we get more highlights rolling in. Get it?
Didn't get it.
Nope. All right, so it's 4th down.
I think it was close. All right, down to one play.
What do you think about Cedar Park beating Leander? 14-10?
I'm extremely surprised by that. I did not see that coming, not one bit.
I'm at least feeling a little bit better about saying Cedar Park had the best team in 4A.
Here we go. Timeout. Timeout. Timeout, Langham Creek. Want to get a look at what they were going to run and then go with it. Oh, wow. Alamo Heights shut out Bernie Champion. What?
Seriously?
Yes.
After what Champion did in that game?
How did that happen?
That's what.
Football Friday Blitz is presented by your Texas Ford dealers. It's the Built Ford Tough Truck event at your Texas Ford dealer. Enjoy huge savings on America's best-selling truck for 35 years running. Ford is the best in Texas. Buy Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. Buy Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club in spicy, home style, or grilled. Try one today. And by FredLoya.com.
Welcome back to Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. Jeff Power, Travis Stewart. We're kind of peeking in on this game behind us right here.
You handle this. I'll handle this.
Yeah. Langham Creek. Let me just set the stage for you here because we can't show it to you live. But Langham Creek right now is up 56-49 over Cy Ranch. It is 4th down for Cy Ranch. They're going for it, of course, trying to get a touchdown here that could tie the game up with the extra point. And what do you know? They just got the touchdown. So what we do here on Fox Football Friday, we can't show it to you live, but stay right there because we are about to show you the highlight. And here is television for you in the modern era.
And short, the fade route back in the end zone, caught for a touchdown.
Wow.
In the rain, folks. That's a really difficult play over the defender. A beautiful throw from Cole Martin. The defender can't get there in time. And now, Jeff, here comes the big question. What do? You
go for 2 or you go for 1? What
One
do you
or
think?
2?
I'd go for 1 right now.
You know what? I would probably go for 1 too. But with this homecoming crowd right behind you, you've got all these fans here. It's so loud. Your energy's so high. You just made the play to get back in the game. They have
extra point.
Kicked the extra point, and we have a tie ball game, folks.
That's the right move right there. Get this game to overtime. Hunter Cleopas there with the touchdown grab in the back of the end zone for Cypress Ranch. He's kind of their go-to receiver, Cleopas is.
Yeah, I mean, they don't throw the ball all that much. They run it more, but when they do, they prefer Cleopas, to borrow the old phrase.
You know, it looks like all night long, Keith Ford kind of sets them up with a lot of big running plays in the middle part of the field. But when they need to punch it in, they've been going to other names tonight. And I'm sure, whatever works. I mean, when the defenses are really keying in on Keith Ford, why not try someone else? And that's kind of what's been happening.
What they've done. Let's check in with Angela Hammond on the sidelines, who was there. She saw it all. Angela, what happened?
Thanks, guys. What a game. Tied up 56-56 with 18 seconds to go in the 4th quarter. This one could be heading to overtime. And as you said earlier, the Mustangs have not been throwing the ball a lot. They've really been running it. But, man, that big tight end, Hunter Cleopas, he is awesome. You saw him go way up for that touchdown grab. They tied it up. I'm very impressed with both of these offenses.
Yeah, 56 all, to say the least. Very impressive. And if you're not familiar with the style here, what we do on Fox Football Friday is we can't show you the highlights live, but we bring them to you pretty much right after they happen. So we'll keep you up to date here, what's going on in overtime. And speaking of overtime, at the bottom of the hour, we're going to show you just a plethora of highlights. Just run them through one after another. So get yourselves ready. Get some popcorn and
Get your popcorn ready. Terrell Owens makes an appearance on Fox Football Friday. But we do have a big last half hour of the show. We're going to bring you highlights from Euless Trinity and Colleyville Heritage, which is now a final. We'll bring you highlights from Klein Collins and Klein Oak, which is also now a final. And perhaps most importantly, the game of the night, Jeff. For the third time in 3 weeks, we have arguably the game of the night going behind us. We had Temple-Westlake, which was a thriller, 49-42 win by Temple. And now we've got this sucker behind us, which, I mean, Alan Coppell was very impressive tonight. But it's going to be pretty tough to argue with this one because, I mean, barring a miracle, we're going to go to overtime here while we're in overtime here.
Yeah, that works
so this is
out
going to be a
nice.
special night here in Houston. If you're just now getting home, you better not change the channel. I would be so upset if you change the channel. This is gonna be one of the best nights we've had on Fox Football Friday in a while.
So 56 all right now, but there is still 18 seconds left. I wouldn't count out Langham Creek. Their special teams have been sensational tonight.
I've long since counted out. Here's my script. You see this? I counted out everything. I'm done. This game's just been ridiculous.
Hey, don't forget, next week we're going to be at the Battle of the Axe. It's Sherman and Denison. I love that matchup all the way up near the Oklahoma border. It's always good to see those two. And these two teams, it's a good rivalry. We need ourselves a really good rivalry game. I think it's time for that one.
Well, that's one of the oldest in the state of Texas. This one's a lot younger because obviously Cy Ranch is still a new program. But what we've seen tonight would seem to suggest that we have something special in the making. I mean, if Cy Ranch comes out and wins tonight in front of this homecoming crowd in this fashion, at this kind of game, you don't even know what that's going to do for this fan base. They're going to go nuts.
Yeah, 56 all. It's been what we have definitely ordered. So Fox Football Friday continues. It's overtime. Right after this, we'll take a quick break and a lot of highlights coming up for you, folks. So hurry up and get that popcorn and come right back. It's like we're just trying to hold that rain off. So are they officially in overtime now?
What?
Are they officially in overtime now? Can you see?
No, 18 seconds left still.
Okay.
I said barring a miracle. Oh. Oh, gee whiz almighty. What a football game. What a football game. Big Spring beats Seminole.
Brackenridge.
We'll go back and forth on it.
That sounds
Just go 1-1.
Okay. And if I have like highlight, like a shot sheet of the highlights, I'll do them. I'll let you know though.
Just
okay?
wave me off.
Right.
Yeah. Good deal. All right, boys, it's been an amazing show so far. Let's close out 30 minutes strong. You ready to rumble?
I'm ready.
Let's rumble.
Wonder Twin powers activate.
Oh, man, that was weird. I thought it was some kind of commercial. God, that creeps me out.
Welcome to Fox Football Friday Overtime, literally right here at the Berry Center. It is Cy Ranch and Langham Creek. Don't adjust your sets, folks. We have literally seen 112 points scored in this one, and we're not even done. So we'll get to that in a moment, but this is our overtime segment. We have a lot of highlights for you. What do you say we just get right on into it and roll them? All right, so let's begin. We've got out in the greater Houston area, just not too far from here, we've got ourselves a pretty good matchup. Let's check with this Houston area as Klein Oak and Klein Collins doing some battle here. And when you look at these two teams, I tell you, Oak, they have got themselves quite a quarterback.
Yeah, but he gets picked off on this one. Deep ball, and Collins reads it all the way, and this would be part of a long night for Oak overall. Jeff, Klein Collins wins this one 45-21. The Oak defense had no answer for a tough Collins offense.
So Collins wins that one 45-21, a final score up in the northwest Houston area. All right, now up to the Dallas-Fort Worth area we move. Euless Trinity over Colleyville Heritage, 31-16. How'd they get it done?
Well, they got off to an early lead. They pounded the rock, and the Colleyville Heritage defense, which had played so well so far this season, just did not have an answer for this powerful Trojan run game, which looked maybe as good this year as it has all year. We'll try and circle back and grab some highlights on that one later tonight.
Okay. All right, now back to the greater Houston area we go. This is Fort Bend Hightower and Fort Bend Travis. Look at this, kind of a bit of an upset when you consider Hightower was in the state championship game last year, but Braylon Addison's gone. They've had a lot of changes over there this year, even a new head coach. But look at this, Travis on the board right there. Fort Bend Travis on the move and looking good. And they go on to win it by a final score of 37-20.
I believe that is their first ever win over Fort Bend Hightower and might put them right behind Fort Bend Bush in the driver's seat for a district title. Looking at Cedar Park and Leander in the Hill Country. Leander came in heavily favored, but it was Cedar Park, Jeff, that did all the damage. Cedar Park in the black and green. They run the ball so well. They play pretty good defense, too. A long run down there to about the 20, and a big pass there into the end zone. Cedar Park hauls it in for a 14-10 win and shocks the number 2 team in 4A, according to the TexasFootball.com polls.
That's a great win for Cedar Park,
yeah,
alive and well. Okay, moving on now to the Permian Basin we go. And rain, the story in a lot of areas across the state of Texas. Abilene Cooper, one of the top teams in the state of Texas, and they showed it again tonight, showing no mercy.
And they took on Odessa, which was a team that just looked a little overmatched. You can't blame them for that because Cooper is really sharp. Quarterback Lorenzo Joe did a good job throwing the football tonight, did an even better job distributing it, either in the zone read, in just the straight-up run game, in the passing game, even with the rain coming in through the game, through all directions. A lot of areas of Texas had problems with rain tonight. Little pitch play. There's a seam on the left side, and he will take that to Pater. Oh, just shy. We see these highlights the same times y'all do, folks. Down to 15. Didn't make any difference, though. Abilene Cooper, a 40-2 winner over Odessa.
So impressive, to say the least, for Abilene Cooper. Definitely one of the top teams out there in the Permian Basin / Big Sport. Now, we move over to the Hill Country now. Another good game here. Lake Travis. Now, this game had some delays in it. There's Sean Nixon around the outside, picking up some good yardage against Austin High. The Maroons coming over to Lake Travis Cavalier ISD Stadium. Here's Sean Nixon again on the move. And Baker Mayfield at quarterback for Lake Travis. And he is going to get sacked on this play. So this was one of those games that just kind of been back and forth. But the reason why it's only at halftime, they had a major rain delay there. And right now it is 7-7, Lake Travis and Austin High.
Let's swing out to East Texas, where we have Henderson and Chapel Hill. Jeff, 2 teams that won state titles within the past couple of years, still trying to rebound from heavy losses to graduation. You see Chapel Hill in the blue and yellow, and Henderson in the white with the red numbers. And Chapel Hill really the team that's especially struggled to start the year. In Henderson, they were looking to exploit that all night long. Deep ball down the middle of the field, and Chapel Hill breaks it up, almost an interception. Was looking to bring in a ball there. Chapel Hill calling. They thought that one should have been caught. Little zone read there, but Chapel Hill actually takes it right up the gut. But this game was kind of a story of missed opportunities or just very close opportunities for Chapel Hill. Henderson goes on to win it 24-6, and Chapel Hill just struggling. They need to find some rhythm.
All right, let's go with the San Antonio area now. Breckenridge and Jefferson doing battle. And this is on the move here.
This is Breckenridge in your Navy, and they run the ball quite a bit. They're really good at it, too, Jeff. They've been doing it for a long time. Look at the track up at the top of the screen. You can see all that water just everywhere. A lot of rain down here, and I guess if you're running the ball, that's a good thing. You don't want to be throwing the ball that much in the rain. And Breckenridge made good use of it. Like I said, a lot of running the football, a lot of good moves in that little quarterback. They lead 20-15. I think this one's probably moving into the fourth quarter right now. Try and get you an updated score on that one in just a minute.
All right, now North Texas, Brewer and Wichita Falls High. Of course, Brewer here and Wichita Falls High, good matchup. And on the move here, up the gut, picking up some rumbling, tumbling yards.
Woo! Look at him go.
Looking like Earl Campbell, number 34.
He is scooting. I believe that is Brewer there in your blue and white, and that is C.J. Washington.
There we go. We talked about him earlier.
The president. New nickname for C.J. Washington. Really good player, but they still trail right now. Wichita Falls 17-13 with the lead.
So Wichita Falls up by 4 over Fort Worth Brewer. All right, let's continue to move. Coastal Bend area now, down around the Corpus Christi area.
It's actually San Antonio. Floresville's, it's kind of straddling the line. And then San Antonio, McCollum. And look, Jeff, again, more rain. So if you want to throw the football, it's not really your night. You really want to be wrapping this sucker up and trying to run this football as much as you can. But they're actually going to air it out, looking deep down the field, cutting through the rain, intercepted at the 1 yard line. A big play for, I believe that is the Cowboys, a big play for the McCollum Cowboys right there. Floresville still trying to find a little rhythm, but they do end up and win 15-12 over San Antonio McCollum.
Cowboys wearing like Philadelphia Eagles old uniforms there. That's crazy.
A lot of people.
All right, down to the Coastal Bend we go. More rain all over the state of Texas. Just rain, rain, rain. This is Smithson Valley.
And Corpus Christi King.
And Smithson Valley, how good are they? I mean, they have been rolling so far this year.
Yeah, they're really
Rangers.
good. Their running back, Lawrence Madison, is just a hoss. I mean, he is really tough to bring down because he's so big and so strong. He just lays the lumber so easily on you. And then he combines that with some great speed. Really tough player to get a hold of, and King could not do it tonight. Smithson Valley a winner.
All right, 49-24, Smithson Valley wins. We'll update you on this game and much more when overtime continues from here at the Berry Center.
Football Friday Overtime is presented by your Texas Ford dealers. It's the Built Ford Tough Truck event at your Texas Ford dealer. Enjoy huge savings on America's best-selling truck for 35 years running. Ford is the best in Texas. By Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. By Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club. And spicy, home style or grilled. Try one today. And by FredLoya.com.
This game may not be over when we're off the air.
I know, so I'm worried about too. I'm looking for a player of the night for you. I just don't have one right now. Yeah, let's just do Academy, and let's do the 100-yard kickoff return by Keith Ford for the play of the night. Can we do that? Is that doable?
It's tied. Oh, no. Yeah, they're going for an extra point. Yeah, it's going to be 63 all here.
Okay, let's do Academy back, the 100-yard kickoff return, and then if y'all have the clips, we'll go down to Angela and recap. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Penalty.
It was Cy Ranch Blue. Cy Ranch Blue. And then he was saying we've got Steve Lineweaver on the phone, the head coach at Euless Trinity. They beat Colleyville Heritage.
That's good.
Yeah.
I know Steve.
Okay, good.
Interviewed him a few hundred times.
Wimberley loses big time to Liberty Hill.
Ouch. Really? That's a big upset.
Well,
maybe
Wimberley
not so much
was 2-2. Yeah, they weren't playing all that great.
Welcome to Fox Football Friday. It's the Blitz. We're in overtime, literally the overtime show, and an overtime game here. We're brought to you by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. Of course, Cy Ranch and Langham Creek. It has been back and forth all night long. I'm going to tease you here just for a moment and tell you that both teams, we got a play about to happen, folks, but we'll get to the highlights in just a moment. I'll kind of set it up for you. Both teams actually scored touchdowns in overtime. Langham Creek made their extra point. Right now, Cy Ranch is trying to get their extra point.
Let's take a look at the play of the night, the Academy play of the night, and it was earlier in the game to start the second half. Cy Ranch running back Keith Ford is going to lay the lumber on this kick return and then take it to the house. He takes it on. That's
Watch
either
this
the
move,
goal
right?
line or
Here.
bang. Oh,
Ooh.
he just drops that poor kid. And then he's got the speed to turn the corner, the 50, the 40, the 30, the 20, and we can fast forward to the house. He is a really talented talent, and that's a really talented kid, I will say. That put them tied the game. Part of the reason we're in overtime now. Let's go out to Euless Trinity head coach Steve Lineweaver. Another big game tonight. They beat Colleyville Heritage. Colleyville Heritage has never beaten Euless Trinity. Steve Lineweaver, tell me how your game went tonight in your win over Colleyville Heritage.
Well, we went into this game with a high regard for Colleyville, particularly the leadership of their quarterback and Coach Fuller and his staff. They do such a good job with scheming. But I really thought our defense played well. That's not easy to hold that bunch to 16 points. And part of that was part of our kicking game, giving up those. So, and then that being said, our offensive line was just did a great job adjusting, and second half took over control of the game.
Now, Coach, y'all played a really tough non-district schedule. How well did that prepare your kids for these really tough district games in your pretty deep district?
Well, you know, our kids are, as all of them, are a little fragile. Losing's losing, and it's hard to keep your chin up. But I think they did a good job putting that in the past. We had an open week last week, and we put up on the board our records with Colleyville 0-0 and Trinity 0-0. And I think that kind of opened their eyes to, it's a fresh start. But I think, looking back, I wouldn't have traded our schedule. We're all built to spirit, all us humans, and it's hard to keep your spirits up when you lose, but we learned a lot in those losses.
Okay, Steve Lineweaver, we do appreciate you being with us. Congratulations on your big win over Colleyville Heritage, 31-16. Steve was joining us from the bus, by the way. How cool is that?
Speaking of big wins, we may have just seen Cy Ranch net one of their own. They scored a touchdown in overtime, went for two on an option pitch, and Keith Ford, bang, into the end zone for the two-point conversion.
There it is. Let's take a look at it. Just happened, folks.
Straight
this
to the
is,
highlights.
Of course, Keith Ford. Where's number 5? Check out the play right here. This is the two-point conversion in for the winner. And what do you know? A victory for Cy Ranch. What can you say?
And
look at that.
Awesome cut right there.
Yeah.
The little head move.
One on 3.
99% of all running backs try and reach that corner. He's the only guy who decides to cut it back inside and ends up picking up the winning two-point conversion, 64-63 in overtime. Sneak preview. I think I know who I'm going to name my pick for the Ford Player of the Night here in a few minutes.
He's got the name, doesn't he?
Yes, does he sure do.
Yeah, 64-63 final score. And you know, who would have thought going into the game that, hey, Coach, if you can just hold them to 63 points, we can win it.
Yeah, defenses were not in vogue tonight, but let's go down to Angela Heyman on the sidelines for the Fred Lawyer Insurance Quote of the Night with Cy Ranch coach Gene Johnson.
Thanks, guys. Well, Coach, congratulations on the win. You guys have a big stop on 4th down in the 4th quarter. You come back, you tie it up, you go for 2, and you win the game. What are your thoughts after all that?
Just proud of our kids, to be honest with you. It's such a tough game and an emotional game. And I thought when they scored so many points in the first half, we really had a chance to kind of duck our heads a little bit. I'm just really proud of our kids. As you mentioned, they made a great stop defensively on the 4th down and were able to put the ball in and push it to overtime.
This is the first time that Cy Ranch has beaten Langham Creek ever. That's got to feel pretty good.
No, it does. They're a great football team. I have a great deal of respect. They have great players and great coaches, and they're a really good team, so it's a big win for us.
And obviously, your running back, Keith Ford, he was amazing tonight. Committed to OU. Again, you got to be really proud of him.
Absolutely. He had a great night. Laid the ball on the ground a little too much, but we'll forgive him and punish him tomorrow, I guess. But no, he had a great night, ran the ball hard, and our team starts with the running game, so he was a critical element.
Well, Coach, congratulations on the big win tonight.
Thank you.
Guys, that was the Fred Loya Quote of the Night. Back to you.
So District 17 5A shapes up like this right now. Cy Ranch and Langham Creek both 2-2, 2-1 in district play. And just think about that. I mean, a win like this, it's so pivotal when you've got, 9 teams to play in your district schedule.
Well, traditionally, this district, Jeff, has ended up with 1 or 2 teams at the very top, 1 or 2 teams at the very bottom, and then about 6 teams all in the middle who are all separated by a game, maybe 2. So picking up this win over a critical swing team in that playoff race is so important for Cy Ranch. Got a great chance to make the playoffs.
Yeah, and as Gene Johnson said, first win over Langham Creek for Cy Ranch. Congratulations to them. All right, Fox Football Friday will be right back here at the Berry Center in a moment. Rodney
Webb. Yeah, great. Okay, so we want to do Academy keys to the game right off the top, and then we'll segue right to the Mesquite Horn highlights, then go to Rodney Webb. Bueno. Gracias, señor. A&M Consolidated and Lufkin are going to overtime at 45-45, so that's a radio option if we wanted to sometime tonight.
And we might get David well, but probably not if they're playing.
No, we won't have him. Okay.
Slight little delay.
Coach Webb, can you hear us out there?
Yeah.
Okay, great. We're in a commercial break right now. We just want to do a quick sound check, make sure we can hear each other. We'll catch up with you in about 4 or 5 minutes. Is that all right?
Okay.
Okay, don't go anywhere.
Okay.
Congratulations. We'll catch you in a second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, my goodness. I am sweating through every pore on my body.
What just happened?
Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry. It's their Friendship beat Paladuro 45-41, and I thought they won on a 99-yard kickoff return as time expired, but they didn't. Yeah, we're going to do Keith Ford from Cy Ranch.
Thought we already did that.
No, we did
that
Academy
was the
Play of the
Play
Night.
of the Night. That's right. Sorry.
Built Ford Tough player will be Keith Ford. You can do it next segment, though.
You ought to show that last run. That now.
Oh, yeah.
And welcome back to Fox Football Friday. It's the overtime here at the Berry Center. A sensational game between Cy Ranch and Langham Creek. You see the Cy Ranch players just celebrating with joy their first victory ever over Langham Creek, and they did it in overtime by the final score of 65.
I can't even
64. All right, keys to the game. Let's break this out.
The Wendy's keys to the game, and really, Jeff, a lot of these didn't play out. One defensive stop? No, that did not play out. Ranch's ball control did not play out. Langham Creek had the ball a ton. The Feist factor, kid was great. The biggest one, Jeff, was the Ford factor.
You know what I like?
Running back Keith Ford.
I like the one defensive stop because had Langham Creek got that one defensive stop right at the end, that probably would have been the play of the night.
That's right.
Because they would have won the game by a point. Instead, Keith Ford scores the touchdown, and Cy Ranch wins it.
2-point conversion from Keith Ford, yes, gave him the 1-point win. Those were your Wendy's keys to the game, Jeff. Unbelievable night for Cy Ranch.
Yeah, no doubt about it, and a big win for Gene Johnson. I'm sure he's really proud of his boys and what they're able to do. Maybe they're feeding off that baseball championship they won earlier in the year.
But looking over to East Texas and DFW, Mesquite Horn versus Tyler Lee, the Tyler Lee Red Raiders, and those fierce Mesquite Horn kids that almost beat John Tyler a week ago, and Mesquite Horn was really good tonight into the end zone there for Horn. Tyler Lee coming back in those all-red jerseys, those Red Raiders. The pitch is actually a half-back pass down the field, caught at the 25, wrestled down inside the 20. Tyler Lee just kept coming, a run up the gut. He's got some space, and he's got himself a big 6 for Tyler Lee, but Mesquite Horn would not be cowed. Back they come, a zone read play fake, looking for the man downfield. He's got him. The post route opens up. The fly pattern for Horn. They score. They go on to win 49-24. We are now joined by Coach Rodney Webb, the head coach for Mesquite Horn. Coach, heavens to Betsy, you played a good Tyler Lee team, but your offense looked special tonight. Tell me how good they were in your eyes.
Well, we played about as well as we could play in the first half. We wanted to come out, control the football, establish a running game, and we were really able to do that. And, football is a game of momentum, and we were able to establish a lot of momentum early and just kind of hang on to it.
Coach, how good was this for your kids mentally-wise after they came so close against John Tyler to come out and play pretty well and beat a very good Tyler Lee team?
Well, we needed a win. We had lost a really, really close game to Duncanville 2 weeks ago, and then we lost a close game to John Tyler last week. So we were licking our wounds a little bit, but it was important for us to come out and regain a little bit of confidence, and I think we did that tonight.
Hey, Coach Webb, tell me about District 12 5A, how things are shaping up right now. Give me your thoughts. I mean, this is a district that is loaded nonetheless, and you guys look like y'all are every bit the part of giving a battle. And plus, how about the Mesquite ISD area? You guys did great tonight taking on those East Texas teams.
Well, it's really a good year for football in the Mesquite ISD. We feel like all 5 teams pretty good, and so we're certainly something we're proud of. As far as 12 5A, it's a real meat grinder, Longview, always really tough. Mesquite, probably the best team they've had since maybe the state championship season. And Heath is rolling right along. Rockwall is a team that has had a little bit of tough luck, but I've seen those guys, and Rockwall is a team that's going to wind up beating somebody before the regular season is over.
Okay, appreciate it. Rodney Webb, good job as always. 49-24, the final. Mesquite Horn over Tyler Lee. And he's right, Mesquite ISD, a very big night against the East Texas teams.
Yeah, they are very good Hornets this year, and Mesquite is just as good as well. So a lot of talent out there on the east side of DFW. Also take a look at Rockwall and Rockwall Heath were in action tonight. Heath, a big winner over Rockwall, keeping on with that East DFW Metroplex theme. By the way, we were just out talking about East Texas. Let's update you on a game that's gotten, I'd say it's gone critical right now. Lufkin A&M consolidated at 45 at the end of the game right now, locked up. I believe that one should be going into overtime shortly.
All right, we'll put a bow on this one in just a moment. Fox Football Friday from the Berry Center returns in a moment.
Okay.
My sister Brenda. How are you? What a game, huh?
Let's lead with that.
That was the craziest game.
Keith Ford.
We'll send you a copy of the show.
For blue.
Needs to have a copy of it. Bye, Brenda. I'll call you.
Great job, Truck. Love it. I will probably also update a few other finals as well. Okay, we're going to come back with that.
We're in a break. We're in a break.
No, we're good.
We're
done.
We're good.
We're going to come back to Player of the Night, which I'll do all of that.
Okay.
And then we'll just go to some finals throughout the night.
Let's take it. Hey,
I believe so, but I don't have the
I don't
score
know
for you.
if you care, Jeff, but we had some new Lake Travis highlights that came in with a bunch of touchdowns.
Yeah, I believe it's tied at 45. I haven't seen anything on Judson tonight. I don't know if they're playing or not, to be honest with you. I believe they are playing. No, Judson Carroll's last week, I think. No, let's not do that one. I can't say one way or the other. Cy Falls beat Jersey Village. We should definitely mention that one. Did you hear that one?
Cy Falls beat Jersey Village?
Yeah, Cy Falls beat Jersey Village. 60-33.
I know the coach at Jersey Village or Cy Falls. One more time.
Is it final?
Probably in overtime.
It's in overtime.
Yeah.
Football Friday Overtime is presented by your Texas Ford dealers. It's the Built Ford Tough Truck event at your Texas Ford dealer. Enjoy huge savings on America's best-selling truck for 35 years running. Ford is the best in Texas. By Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. By Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club. In spicy, home style, or grilled. Try one today. And by FredLoya.com.
All right, Fox Football Friday just finishes up at the Berry Center. Langham Creek loses to Cy Ranch in dramatic overtime fashion. Folks, real quick, let's talk about the Built Ford Tough Player of the Week winners. Go on Saturday morning at 8:30 a.m. right here on Fox Sports Southwest. We will highlight the Built Ford Tough Player of the Week. I don't have a vote, but if I did, I'd be looking at Cy Ranch running back Keith Ford, who was all sorts of kind of special tonight. 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. But then here's your biggie. The winning two-point conversion in overtime. Bulls over 2 kids. It was really 1-on-3. He punches it in. I don't know if the numbers are going to look as sexy as the Built Ford Tough Players kids usually do, but his impact tonight was huge. Great game for Keith.
It was a perfect name for Built Tough Player of the Week.
Yeah.
Ford. Other big game, by the way, Cy Falls in this area. Cy Falls beat Jersey Village 60-33. Cy Falls 4-0 now, 3-0 in district play. How about Lufkin and A&M Consolidated? This game has been going back and forth. They're in overtime too.
That's right, and I believe Lufkin is now winning 52-45 in overtime. Consolidated eschewed a chance at a game-winning two-point conversion at the end of regulation, opted for the PAT in overtime. Lufkin responds with a touchdown. Now it's in the hands of A&M Consolidated. Another game in overtime right now, Jeff, is Gatesville and Waco La Vega and 3A. They are in double overtime. Gatesville winning right now 49-42.
Back on the Lufkin A&M Consolidated game, what a huge win that would be for Lufkin. I mean, we saw how they played last week against Longview. They were pretty much humiliated at home, and that was not good for them. But they turn around, and they might get themselves a huge win over A&M Consolidated. So good to Lufkin on what they will do. The Pack might be back.
It would be huge emotionally for that program. Another big win we have going on tonight was Monterey. They beat Caprock 75-61. And we can update Lufkin A&M Consolidated again. AMC just scored, and I believe now what? It is 52-52 tie?
52 all.
Okay, so we
moved
had
to double overtime now.
to the double OT, which we don't have, sadly. I wish we had a double overtime here at the set. But they go to double overtime along with Gatesville and Waco La Vega, both of those in super extra time.
So don't forget, next week it's the Battle of the Axe. We'll be at the Sherman-Denison game up on the Texas-Oklahoma border, and we'll bring you all the highlights and hear from coaches from all over the state, plus some feature reports and much more.
And most importantly, highlights from everywhere, highlights from all across the state. I thought we did a good show tonight.
It was good. I liked it.
I thought it was pretty solid.
There we
Big
go.
pound.
All right, Fox Football Friday. We're out, folks. Thank you very much for being with us. A great victory tonight for Cy Ranch. They win in overtime over Langham Creek by 1 point in arguably the biggest offensive game we've been to.
This is one I've seen in a while.
64-63, the final score. Keith Ford, the Built Ford Tough Player of the Week. We'll catch you next week. The Battle of the Axe, Sherman and Denison. Thanks for being with us, folks.